God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. We'll now move into roll call. Madam Clerk.
Alexis Hill, Chair.
Here.
Jean Herman, Vice Chair. Mike Clark.
Present.
Maria Luz Garcia.
Here.
Clara Andriola.
Present.
County Manager Eric Brown.
Here.
And our Assistant District Attorney Nathan Edwards.
Here.
And I'm Jan Galasini, your County Clerk. Madam, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll now move into item 3, public comment. Manager Brown.
Item 3 is public comment. Comment heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the commission agenda. The unused time may not be allocated to other speakers. The commission will also hear public comment during individual action items with comment limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments are to be made to the commission as a whole, and virtual public comment may be taken when facilities are available. A speaker's viewpoint will not be restricted. However, reasonable restrictions may be imposed upon the time, place, and manner of speech, irrelevant statements, unduly repetitious statements, and personal attacks that would objectively antagonize or incite others are examples of speech that may be reasonably limited. The Board of County Commissioners carries out the business of Washoe County and its residents during its meetings. The presiding officer may order a person to be removed if the person's conduct or statements disrupt the order or safety of the meeting. Warnings about disruptive conduct or comments may or may not be given prior to removal. Furthermore, certain disruptions of a public meeting are criminal acts as defined under NRS 203.090 and/or NRS 203.119, which may result in prosecution in appropriate cases.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk.
First up, we have Bridget Harris, followed by Greg Rosenberg.
Madam Chair and members of the Commission, I'm Bridget Harris, and I'm here to speak about the Good Neighbors Warming Center, which today concluded in downtown Reno. If you're unfamiliar with this was a collaborative of parishes in downtown Reno that provided an emergency warming center for women and families throughout this winter. We just want to share that experience from a volunteer's perspective, what brought those women to us, and how the county's resources were able to support more effective long-term solutions for some of these women. We experienced between 4 and 18 women a night at St. Thomas, and I got to know each of those women and kind of what brought them there. And one of the common themes was a lack of space or previously bad experiences at some of our shelters that made them hesitant to come back to them. We were able to have staff from our place there who used the coordinated entry program to make sure that these women did not have a violent or drug past. So for the 3 weeks I volunteered, we had no incidences of violence and no incidences of drug use on property. So it was an overall success. But more importantly, 3 of those women were able to get permanent or at least transitional housing opportunities. One who was mobility challenged was able to be placed by the staff of our place into Hope House. Another woman felt safe and empowered enough to start looking for work and finding herself a job and getting herself low-income housing, but she had that place to go to every night and get a good night's sleep, which made her feel like she could do that. So my ask is really just to continue that support through our place, and just acknowledge the support that Rise and the staff of our place gave to that program and its success. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for all your work.
Greg Rosenberg, followed by Bill Miller.
Good morning, Commissioners. Greg Rosenberg for the record. This is regarding item 7D1. I wanted to thank Commissioner Clark for your donation for the district funds to Jewish Nevada's Milk and Honey Festival in the amount of $10,000. And I wanted to thank the entire County Commission for supporting this donation and for supporting all that you give for Washoe County nonprofits in general. I'm a volunteer with Jewish Nevada, and the Milk and Honey Festival is a vibrant and inclusive festival inspired by rich heritage of the Jewish people. Free and open. It's free and open to the public, and this annual event brings people together to celebrate tradition, culture, and community. At its core, the Milk and Honey Festival is about inclusivity and unity. It serves as a welcoming space where people of all ages and backgrounds can come together, learn, and celebrate. It's more than just a festival. Milk and Honey is a celebration of community spirit and cultural appreciation in Reno. Through its festive atmosphere and engaging programming, it not only honors Jewish traditions, but also strengthens bonds, fosters understanding, and brings people together in a shared experience of joy and connection. So thank you.
Thank you.
Bill Miller, followed by Terry Brooks.
Good morning, Commission Chair Hill, commissioners, staff, and fellow citizens. I'm Bill Miller, an old retired guy, deeply concerned about the impact of global heating on our community and the entire planet, for that matter. We're all in this together. By now, I think everyone knows that Reno is the fastest heating city in America. In the last 50 years, our temperature has risen 7.7 degrees on average and 11.1 degrees in summer. This increase is threatening our future snowpack and water storage, while currently increasing deaths from heat stroke, an unpleasant and necessary way to die. So I'm here today to applaud the insightful efforts of this commission to proactively mitigate our severe heat increase while driving down future greenhouse emissions that will inevitably raise temperatures even more. Your bold actions are making a difference. And I do realize long-term decisions can be politically unpopular. In the short term, it's not easy to spend taxpayers' dollars today when the return is 5, 10, or more years down the road. Yet you, as a commission, have been willing to take those risks to ensure a vibrant future, so I thank you. Today, the Sustainability Department you created will be presenting a plan for improving Washoe County's residents' quality of life. I look forward to hearing their report and working together to implement their findings. But for now, I want to thank each of you for your part in addressing this crisis in a way that is good for our land, water, and sky, good for our people, good for our businesses, and good for our future generations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Terry Brooks, followed by Paul White.
Good morning. It's me, Terry Brooks, again. And today I would like to address following politics to housing and hunger in cases of homelessness. A lot of politicians have supported low-cost housing so the poor and homeless might have access to affordable housing. But other politicians have opposed such low-cost housing because they say the poor do not deserve such access to affordable housing. A lot of politicians supported food stamps so the poor could have food to eat. They proposed such a program and supported it in a heartbeat. While other politicians opposed that program to have to pay for food for the poor, they just saw it as a scam. Some politicians believe that all people deserve a place to live, so such politicians don't hesitate to give. But other politicians disagree when it comes to such a debate. Is it because they are supported by rich owners of massive real estate? Some politicians believe that everyone deserves to have food to eat, so such politicians do what they can to provide good food to eat. But other politicians say the poor don't have a right to free food. Is it because they are supported by rich producers of food? Some politicians want to share because they really care, while other politicians do not want to share because they really don't care. So when it comes to an election and when it comes to the poor, Someday it might really come to who the poor vote for. Years ago, many politicians declared what they called a war on poverty. It seems that some are not willing to try to defeat poverty. Once again, after following politics, I have finally decided that when it comes to politics, we are way too divided. I would like to thank you all for listening to me today, and I hope you let me come back when I have more to say.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks.
Thank you.
And I think our timer is off. We need
Yeah,
to.
we're looking at that, trying to fix it.
We're going to give Mr. Brooks 20 minutes there. So. I mean, we'd love to hear him for 20 minutes, certainly. But yes, thank you. Madam
Okay.
Clerk.
Next up, we have Paul White, followed by Jeff Harrison. Okay, it looks like you've got 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Paul White with Education Crusade. Just want to make sure you all were sent one of these invitations to a quite unique meeting about solving the homeless problem on March 20th at the Auto Museum. You might also especially want to be there because you'll all be talked about. What it deals with is the facts on what's behind homelessness, that kind of exposing what's causing it. And there's about 8 specific points in the tube, you might say, in Reno and Washoe County, where it's making the homeless issue worse. Mr. Brown, you most definitely will be brought up. Your comment on wanting to do opioid abatement, I think, for $20 million, I believe, if I heard you right at the last meeting. The really only way to do opioid abatement over there at the tent is to fire the staff who's selling the opioids to the clients. But of course, if you never go there, you don't know that. The other one you mentioned in the presentation, I don't know how many of you have seen it, about the desire to have more transparency. And we couldn't have less of that right now if we tried. From Mr. Brown's office, I got called, I think, 4 days in a row, people trying to set me up with a meeting. They said could have it. They were about 2 months down the road. They wanted you to be there right at 1 o'clock and get right out of there at 2 o'clock or something. There's not a functioning program for homeless in the county where you can't drop in anytime you want. They'll take you through to see anything you want and answer any questions you have, and you get none of that over there. So it's just, it's very good. The meeting will take you right through how they're not arrested. And this thing, it often boils down to, we just heard Terry's poem there about, the old mean politicians or community people or whatever. There's nothing compassionate about standing by and treating people in a way that leads them to not want to be self-sufficient, not clean and sober, not get treatment for mental health. And the type of program that we have set up now is doing that. So you'll also hear at this meeting a solution that we've talked about before, but you'll hear it in more depth. Would really love to have you come. If any of you would want to speak at it, we'll have some time afterwards that'll be there, but we hope to see you.
Thank you.
Jeff Harrison, followed by Roger Chimay.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jeff Harrison, and this is my first time speaking here. I don't really know exactly what to say. I just wanted to come join in and hear about the homeless problem here in Reno. I've been here for 15 years and had a great life. Fell prey to life and its tendencies, and I ended up homeless about 2 years ago. I fought my way out, tooth and nail. It took me about 18 months to get back on my feet, and I've been on it for about 3 months now, self-sufficient. I'm not here on one side of the fence or the other as far as it goes to the shelter and all the programs or lack of programs. I'm just interested in being involved in the community and what I saw, good, bad, ugly. I think I could be a very good, let's see here. God, I'm shaking. This is kind of weird. Too much coffee. I feel that I could be a good representative on both sides of the fence. Somebody that's from the community looking in and somebody in the shelter looking out. I've been through it all. I've seen it all. Most importantly is I want to be there for my daughter. She's 14, she's a freshman. I didn't lose custody, didn't do anything dumb like that. Just, you know, I was homeless. I didn't want to have her come stay with me. I let her stay with her mother, and she was my guiding light to get out of it all. So any information that I could relay to both sides of the fence, be a representative, promise I won't shake so much. But like I said, I want to do what's good for the community, I want to do what's good for myself, especially for my daughter. So I know that all didn't make much sense, but thank you. You all have a nice day.
Thank you, Mr. Harrison, and congratulations on getting back on your feet. That's amazing. We'll have staff give you information about our Lived Experience Committee.
All right, thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Roger Chimay, followed by Chris Bell.
Hi there. Thanks for giving me a chance to speak here. I'm going to put this here and hope that it works. Oh, it's supposed to go like this? Okay. And you
it's
can rotate
sideways,
that?
so you want to
Yep.
flip
Or
it.
do something with it? Or I can do it like this.
There you go. And you're
Oh,
losing
okay.
time, so I would start.
There you go. I'm asking the Washoe County Commission that they pass a resolution barring any person or persons convicted of a felony in connection with the January 6, 2021 U.S. Capitol insurrection from being employed for any job with Washoe County. This would be something similar to what the governor of Illinois did recently. The reasons why this should be considered is, number one, even though they were pardoned, a pardon doesn't erase a conviction. It merely forgives it. Such persons can't be trusted to accept results of any future election unless their candidate were to prevail. Such persons, by their actions, have demonstrated that they will not hesitate to employ violence if they disagree with a particular outcome or policy. And such persons must be held accountable for their own unlawful actions, whether here in Washoe County or elsewhere. So to repeat, I'm asking that the Washoe County Commission pass a resolution barring any person or persons convicted of a felony in connection with the January 6, 2021 insurrection from being employed for any job with Washoe County government. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chris Bell, followed by Darcy Phillips. Thank you.
For the record, my name is Chris Bell. I'm the Chair of Conservation with the Sierra Club's Great Basin Group. Good morning, Chair Hill and County Commissioners. I'm here to comment today on agenda item number 9. The Sierra Club is the nation's largest grassroots environmental organisation, and the Great Basin Group has over 2,400 members. I'm confident I speak for all of our members when I ask you to adopt this important and timely climate action plan. I call this plan timely not least because the planet's atmospheric CO2 level is at its highest level in human history, and it is still rising. Adopting the changes and goals of this visionary plan will put this Board of Commissioners on the right side of local history. I know you all care deeply about the communities you represent here in Washoe County, and it doesn't take much looking around to see the impact of the climate crisis on every facet of life here. Our organisation leads hikes and several outings each week, open for anyone to join, by the way. We are also known for our advocacy and public education efforts. And across every sector of our work, it is clear that climate change is here and that residents of Washoe County and every political and personal identity care deeply about addressing climate change locally. The cost of climate change on this region will only be rising every year. Destructive winds, wildfires, loss of snowpack, longer droughts, deadly heat are in our future. So this plan is an important way you can mitigate these impacts. The cost of not addressing the cause of extreme destructive weather will greatly overshadow the costs of implementing the plan. This board is to be highly commended for the vision to hire smart people to investigate the complexities of this issue and identify effective, reasonable strategies to improve operations with substantial positive impact. Making changes to business as usual operations will involve teamwork and commitment, which we all know this county and its staff has in abundance. With this climate action plan, you have a thorough roadmap to make meaningful progress guided by data and science. Thank you all for your commitment to being stewards of our county, and please continue your good leadership into the decades ahead of us with adoption of this climate action plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Darcy Phillips, followed by Kim Rios.
Good morning, Commissioners. Hi, I'm Darcy Phillips. I'm the Executive Director of Keep Truckee Meadows Beautiful. I'm here in support of issue number 9. Specifically, personally, I care about our air quality here, which is often problematic in the winter. But one thing I didn't know about in terms of solid waste and dealing with waste every day of my job, something about food waste and that being such a high percentage of what's in our landfill. Innocently, I did not know that food waste did not break down in a situation like that. With anaerobic, no oxygen in the landfill, food waste doesn't break down. So having an option for composting and having an option for the public to possibly access that is super important. And everything else in that plan I think is amazing, but I wanted to highlight those couple of things. And having been teased at times for trying to save the planet, I sort of chuckle at that because the planet will do its thing, but I'm more concerned about humanity. So thank you for considering this item. We appreciate it. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Kim Rios, followed by Barry Levinson.
Good morning. My name is Kimberly Rios, and this is also my first public comment opportunity, and I'm very proud to be here to also speak in support of the item agenda number 9. And I've also lived here my whole life, and it's pretty plain and simple that, echoing what Darcy just said, this is very important to be. This is a very important thing to be taken into consideration in our community, and so I thank you in advance.
Thank you.
Barry Levinson, followed by George Posternazzi.
Hi, good morning, Chair Hill and County Commissioners. My name is Barry Levinson, and I'm a resident of Reno, and I'm also a green shirter, as you can see. I'm speaking today in strong support of the Climate Action Plan developed by our Sustainability Manager and staff, sitting right back there. I am so proud to be a resident of Washoe County, where we take climate change issues seriously and have made many efforts to understand and control our greenhouse gas emissions. I took part in community sessions that were held to develop this climate action plan, and I'm extremely impressed and grateful to see the results of this work. What you have before you is a very comprehensive plan with 126 recommended actions to lower greenhouse gas emissions and facilitate meeting our goal of net zero by 2050. In this new political era where the federal government has completely abdicated its responsibility toward mitigating climate change and is unbelievably, in fact, doing as much as possible to heat up the earth, it falls to local municipalities to do as much as possible on a local level. This means that we must move ahead with policies to lower our greenhouse gas emissions, mitigate heat effects, advance climate equity, improve our resilience to worsening weather events, fire and heat, and preserve our air and water quality and natural environment. I want to thank and congratulate Brian Befford and Emily Stapleton on their efforts and huge success in developing this comprehensive climate action plan. It is an excellent roadmap to help us move forward in an ever-changing and warming world. I urge your swift and ideally unanimous approval of this plan. Thank you.
George Posternazzi, followed by Virginia Larmore.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm George Postrazny, resident of Washoe County. I'm here speaking on the warming center issue that Bridget, the first speaker, talked about. I was a volunteer at St. Thomas Aquinas and sat in the warming center, was able to get a pretty good assessment of how effective I thought the program was, at least on a very small scale.
both in terms of the short-term and long-term consequences. Short-term, in that it provided a place in the middle of winter for women and children to get warm and snacks, get them off the streets where they'd potentially be a victim of criminal violence or potentially even be incarcerated. So I think it was really successful in the short term. And the long-term consequences, Bridget highlighted a few examples of women that the professional staff was able to coordinate and have placed into at least transitional housing or permanent housing, as well as ability to help people get back on their feet. So I would like to urge the County Commission to, what we're concerned about is that we understand there's a lack of funding because of institutional changes with our place. So we'd like to encourage the County Commission to fund staff to continue this pilot program, which I think was very successful. Perhaps have staff do a feasibility study to see what it would cost to do, and I think it would provide increasing bang for buck and a constructive solution in terms of our homeless populations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Virginia Larmore, followed by Rose Wachterbeek.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Virginia Larmore. I am a resident of South Reno, a constituent in District 2. I first want to thank you for all you do for our community. A few weeks ago, I took my children to the grocery store, and as a reward for completing their chore chart, I allowed them to pick out a small toy. And as they were looking through the small toys, I could tell my son was getting disinterested. And he turned with pleading eyes and looked at me and said, "Mom, could I have a book instead?" Years ago, when the world was shut down, I was stuck at home with 2 toddlers because I made the brilliant decision to have them 18 months apart. And I was losing my grip on my sanity like so many people. And I was desperate for a sense of community. I was desperate for open doors. And that was the first time that I set foot in the South Valley's library. Since then, we have participated as a family in the Crafternoons, the weekend STEAM events, author readings, as well as story times. We have also just made it an integral part of our routine, checking out 20 books at a time. The failure of WC1 this past election and the funding it guaranteed was a blow to so many in our community. And I'm not here to lecture you or tell you how to do your job. Goodness knows you have enough people doing that. But I do want to humbly remind you of 2 important factors. One, that bill did not fail in a landslide. It failed by a very narrow margin, and that is an important point in such a tight community. Another is that there is a huge component of our community that is slated to suffer greatly with the failure of this funding, and they didn't get a vote in the last election, and those are children. Those Crafternoons will be canceled. The weekend hours will be canceled. After hours after school, which for many families like my own, that's the only time we have to go to the library. Those won't be available. Extra events, gone. Those are all slated to be cut. So please, I ask you very humbly to take great care in your budget consideration moving forward. The library and so many people in the community are counting on you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Rose Wachterbeek, followed by John Solomon.
How do I do the?
In the white section, you put what you want us to see. Are you wanting us to?
Upside down?
On the table side.
Oh, thank you.
There you go.
First time on the photo.
All good.
Okay, it's our lovely lake. So that is going to be a segue. Good morning to item 9. Good morning, Commissioner Hill. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Rosie Walterbeek, and I do appreciate the staff here as well. I'm a 22-year resident of Reno, and a 35-year resident of the Reno Tahoe region, and a homeowner with you, Ms. Herman in Ward 5. So first and foremost, thank you for serving in your capacity as elected officials. So on that note, for public comment on number 9, I wholeheartedly support the climate action plan brought forward to you a little later this morning. I appreciate the mindfulness, widespread public outreach for input, and a sensible approach to achieve our climate goals of net zero 2025. So the research, outreach, and data in the plan are an amazing roadmap to bring us all together with one united vision to create a sustainable region and a path forward. It has data that clearly shows us the trends from the past to bring us to the future in terms of a living and planning document. The approach is balanced and flexible to adjust as Washoe County sees fit in terms of decades to come, and to pivot if needed to follow the money trail. It's critical that government and citizens such as myself work together in this mission to protect our region, where we all enjoy to live, recreate, and thrive here. The plan addresses this and so much more in terms of our limited resources of water as we nimbly navigate through the wildfire risk and mitigation and our fragile ecosystem to protect our trails, land, and clean air initiatives. Fun fact, did you know that there are 399 peaks listed in Washoe County? Those range from 3,904 to 10,782 feet in elevation. So on a personal note, I have hiked, biked, mountain biked, skied, walked so many of our trails. Our majestic Mount Rose, Peavine Mountain, Relay Peak, Rifle Peak, Diamond Peak, Chickadee Ridge, Marlette Peak, Cross Peak, Mount Baldy, Galena Forest, Crystal Peak, Golden Eagle Park, Tamarack Lake, and more. Everything in between, and I urge you to support the plan so the area is here for decades to come. So I do know we can all get out and do this for our residents and guests. And with that, I'd like to give a huge shout out to Brian Beffert and to Emily Stapleton for a job well done. We are so happy that you're on our team. So I urge you humbly, gratefully for your consideration in your elected positions to make this a reality. I thank you for your valuable time, and please, please support. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Solomon, followed by Alana Fitzgerald.
Hello, my name's John Solomon, and I assume that the Climate Action Plan will pass in what I'm going to say today. I'm a member of Reno Food Systems, and I get the privilege once a week of feeding people who need food. But what I'm going to talk about is housing. What I think that should be a specific action that should happen after the Climate Action Plan is passed is to require all new development to be 90% multifamily housing. The benefits are that it's environmentally friendly and it encourages home ownership. If you build row houses, the huge population in Reno that can't afford a house will be able to start on the path to home ownership. It will allow stable or increasing values for people who do already own single-family housing, and since that's most of the voting population, you have to keep them happy. The other item I would recommend is to require all new housing to use heat pump technology. The benefits are that it uses less carbon. That's the environmental reason. And it will lower energy costs for all people who buy that housing. And if we did that, Reno would become a national center for that technology due to people learning how to build heat pump technology in Reno. Neither one of what I'm recommending will cost the county any taxpayer dollars whatsoever. It's just a law. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alana Fitzgerald, followed by Troy Regas.
Alana Fitzgerald for the record. Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners, for the opportunity to speak. I'm a constituent in District 1 and thankful to my commissioner for all the work you do on behalf of our community and to all of the commissioners as well. Knowing that the budget is a big concern and looming, I wanted to briefly highlight a visit that I made to one of the local library branches last week, and I believe that this ties into the Washoe County fiscal year 21-25 strategic plan and speaks to the strategic objective around vulnerable populations, specifically seniors. This example touches also on the goal about service coordination across sectors to improve client outcomes. I have a friend, and I've mentioned her before, in mid to early stages of dementia. And recently, she relocated from the South Valleys area and is now living closer to the Sierra View branch. So we went for a visit. We picked up a copy of the Explorer, which, by the way, if you haven't seen it, get one. She was so excited to see the information about the library galleries, art galleries, because she is an artist, among other things, and this resonated deeply with her. She was also very happy to see the section about adults and senior activities, and we have plans now to capture and get out and see several of them at the different branches. You may think that this is just another day in the life of the Northern Nevada community. No big deal. But for my friend, this helped her see and feel some hope about engaging in activities that can help her get back to an almost normal life, because it's such a scary thing to tumble into dementia. And I'd like to say, in closing, that the growing number of people who are aging and experiencing cognitive decline, it's huge across the country, across the world. And I'm guessing that some of you on the board and many of you listening may know someone who could use the knowledge about all these lovely activities that our libraries bring into the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Troy Regas, followed by Dan Lewis. I do have documents to distribute to the board from Mr. Regas.
Thank you. Hi, Commission. Thank you for your time. I'd like to talk about the Reno Toy Run this year and what we did. The weekend after Thanksgiving, we always hold our toy run, which was Sunday. We had thousands of motorcyclists show up, and they showed up with toys, and they were happy to participate in our toy run. When the event was over, we had thousands and thousands of toys. Not only that, we had hundreds of local businesses put out barrels. So overall, we probably collected tens of thousands of toys for this year's toy run. But we found something out, that it wasn't enough toys. We deliver toys to people that are homeless. We deliver toys to schools, etc. The need was huge. We also, on our website, have a thing where people that don't have money or can't find toys, they can call us up and we facilitate toys for them. We found that the need was exponentially bigger than years before. We had people calling us all the way up till Christmas Day asking for toys. Not only did they ask for toys this year, but they were asking for food items, which is something we're going to do next year. We had families come in that had 7 or 8 kids that couldn't feed their kids on top of giving them toys. We felt really bad. We did try to supplement some toys or some food for those people. We did everything we could to reach out and cover them. The toys we had so many toys go out. The need from 12 to 18 was huge. We bought toys this year, thousands of dollars of toys. We were buying, if you talk to Dan, our treasurer, he probably will tell you for 3 weeks we got the credit card every night so we could buy toys. We kept calling because people kept calling us and asking for more toys. We were kind of amazed by the need this year and how many people came forward looking for toys. We were also kind of amazed about how many people offered to help us for free next year because we gave them toys. In other words, because they didn't have money or they didn't have resources, they wanted to volunteer and help. We probably have 100 families next year that want to volunteer and help, which is really good because we're a volunteer group. Everything we do, nobody gets paid. So these are the kind of people we look forward to helping us for next year, and we'll talk more about the toy run later on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dan Lewis, followed by Den Fuso.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Dan Lewis. I'm the treasurer of the Northern Nevada Confederation of Clubs and the Reno Toy Run. As you know, Reno Toy Run's purpose is to gather and distribute toys to less privileged kids in the Northern Nevada area at Christmas time. I'm pleased to say that this year we again collected, sorted, and distributed several thousand toys to Northern Nevada families and organizations. As Troy mentioned, this includes several $1,000s worth of toys that we had to purchase ourselves to meet the demand, particularly for the older kids. Everybody wants to bring a cute teddy bear on their motorcycle, but the older kids, it's not what they want. As you also have heard, our organization returns the bulk of our proceeds to the community. This year, we are thrilled to have again donated $100,000 in our first batch of donations. I'd like to speak for just a moment about which organizations we chose to give some money to. We have over 40 charitable organizations that we have identified and have contributed to at various points over the years. However, for our first round of donations this year, we talked about whittling down our list, which is a really hard thing to do. You want to give money away to everybody, but we decided to whittle it down where we could make at least a $10,000 donation. We want to support everybody, but we only have so much money. So we decided to keep our donations to local organizations and big enough where we believe our contribution can actually make a meaningful difference. So some of the other organizations, they're certainly great causes, but they have big support systems and big budgets. They're doing okay. So our limited funds might make a bigger impact to a smaller, locally focused organization. So again, in addition to the thousands of toys, we contributed $10,000 each to the following Northern Nevada organizations. Step 2, 4 Kids Foundation, Christmas Cheer, Kids and Horses Riding Center, Project 150, Special Needs Community of Northern Nevada, Women and Children's Center of the Sierra, Eddie House, Children's Cabinet, and Champion of the Honors Academy of Literature for their Angel Tree program. These are just our Christmas time donations. We continue to make other contributions to the community throughout the year as we identify specific needs and as we have the funds to do so. So with your continued support, we hope this year is going to be our best ever, continuing our trend of doing more and more each year.
Thank you.
Den Fuso, followed by Thomas Fuso.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Den Fuso. As a local presenter, or as a presenter for local groups, I have done a considerable amount of study on the impacts of plastic and microplastic pollution. In the course of my reading, I have learned a tremendous amount about climate change. What I know and continue to learn about climate change is what keeps me up at night. Climate change is one of the greatest existential threats facing human life. Without making some significant changes in the future, we will experience increased wildfires, droughts, food shortages, and geopolitical instability, to name just a few. Consider just one of those areas, food shortage. Did you know that over 1/3 of the world's food crops depends on pollinators, realize that butterfly populations have decreased by nearly 50% since 1991. And since 2007, some bee populations have dropped by more than 80%. These declines are unbelievably starting to lead to the theft of beehives in states across our nation. What will we do for food once the pollinators have all gone extinct? I find it extremely distressing that Reno is the fastest warming city in the U.S., but I believe every problem has a silver lining, and in this case, I believe that silver lining is the climate action plan that Mr. Befford and Emily Stapleton are proposing. The plan offers a multitude of ways to address climate change, some that cost nothing, some that will save the county money, and some that will cost the county financially at first, but will save money in the long run. A wise person realizes that stopping a problem before it becomes insurmountable is always financially prudent. I realize these days many people tend to vote along partisan lines, but please, commissioners, realize climate change is not a partisan issue. I strongly urge you to vote with your stomach as well as your brain. Please support the Washoe County Climate Action Plan. We all depend on it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thomas Fuso, followed by Penny Brock.
Hello and good morning, Commissioners. I'm Thomas Fuso, a 10-year resident of Hidden Valley. I offer my comment to the County Commission to approve and support the Community Climate Action Plan, which is on today's later agenda. It provides a thoroughly researched and a well-developed strategy to reduce greenhouse gases over the next 25 years. The Climate Action Plan will provide multiple benefits to the citizens of Washoe County, including cleaner air, reducing summer heat, and increase our attractiveness for new businesses to come to our area. Whether or not you believe in global warming, it's obvious to long-term residents that summers are certainly getting warmer and the incidence of wildfires around the metro area is growing. When I first moved to Reno back in 1975, our summers were cooler and milder. You really didn't need air conditioning back then. And the threat of wildfires was certainly lower. The only time we talked about them was around July 4th. That simply is not the situation now. Hidden Valley lies on the eastern border of the metro area, and we certainly have a healthy fear of wildfires coming down the western slope of the Virginia Reef, coming down from Hidden Valley Regional Park. My Hidden Valley neighbors also fear rising homeowner insurance rates and even policy cancellations as insurance companies reduce their collective risk to wildfires. We have all heard of widespread insurance increases and policy cancellations in California, Colorado, Oregon, and Washington, and closer to home in Markleeville in the towns of the Western Sierra. The Climate Action Plan that is going to be before you on your agenda will help mitigate these threats of wildfires and subsequent insurance disruptions. Again, I urge the County Commission to approve and support the Community Action Plan. It provides a strategy to improve the lives of citizens of Washoe County for years to come. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Penny Brock, followed by Kathy Fulkerson.
Penny Brock for the record. Voters were shocked last month when you appointed Andrew McDonald as our new Register of Voters. Why? Because he's not qualified. If you look at his record, he's an IT expert. He's never been head of an election department. He was, for 2 years, assistant in San Diego. He didn't even come up here when that agenda item for We the People to even see who he was. We didn't even hear him speak. We didn't even see his resume. Then we learned about Chris Anderson from Florida, who was also interviewed. He came with impeccable background. He headed the Department of Elections in Seminole County, Florida. He had a certification in elections, Florida Certified Election Professional Program, facilitated by the Florida State University. He completed the esteemed Harvard John F. Kennedy School of Strategy Execution for Public Leadership. He was committed and is committed to preventing voter fraud activities. And he wanted a standard of excellence in elections. His mission was defined as ensuring your choice counts. The new mission emphasized the importance of fair and equitable elections for all citizens of Seminole County. He would have brought this to Washoe County. We've had a rotating door of ROVs in the last, 4 or 5 years under the leadership of our county manager. I would say that Mr. McDonald can expect he won't be around too long either. So I'm very disappointed. We, the voters, are very disappointed that we didn't even get to have any input on who would be chosen. We were not even given, there was no attachment to the agenda item with these gentlemen's resumes. There was lack of transparency. That is wrong. This is a voter issue. We, the people, have a right to who should be our register of voters. We don't understand why it was county employees that got to choose who the 3 final candidates would be and then recommend who would become our new ROV.
Thank you.
Kathy Fulkerson, followed by Father Chuck Durante. I'm sorry.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners. I'm deeply grateful to your service to the community. I'm here to speak in support of the adoption of the draft climate change plan. My name is Kathy Fulkerson, facilitator of Third Act Nevada, which is a national organization empowering seniors to protect the planet. The Climate Action Plan provides greenhouse gas emissions inventories for county operations and the community, as well as over 120 recommended actions to reduce emissions in our buildings, transportation, land use, supply chain, and waste sectors to guide the county and the community toward meeting net zero goals. This plan lies at the heart of Washoe County's mission, which is, quote, working together regionally to provide and sustain a safe, secure, and healthy community, end quote. As noted in the document, Washoe County is facing huge challenges due to our changing climate. Reno is now the fastest warming metropolitan area in the nation. Drought is becoming more frequent and prolonged. Wildfires are becoming more frequent and hotter. And the smoke, when combined with rising heat and emissions from buildings and cars, makes air pollution worse and is associated with terrible health impacts. All of these challenges cost local governments and taxpayers huge amounts of money in emergency management, healthcare, and energy costs. The U.S. government estimates the cost of responding to climate change-related emergencies could cost taxpayers from $25 billion to $128 billion annually. These costs fall especially hard on low-income communities who are the least prepared to cope with these challenges. To quote the Climate Action Plan on page 12, the best ways to prevent the worst impacts in our communities is to work aggressively to minimize and prepare for those impacts by every means possible. Just having the simple forethought to change your light bulbs from incandescent to LED bulbs is already saving the county thousands of dollars by reducing replacement bulb costs and reducing energy use. I urge you to adopt this comprehensive action plan, which serves as a blueprint for both the county and the community to confront the immense climate change-induced challenges before us. Again, to quote the plan, the time to act is now.
Thank you.
Father Chuck Durante, followed by Ryan Vortich.
Good morning, Madam Commissioner and Commissioners. Good to see you. Father Chuck Durante, I'm the rector at St. Thomas Aquinas Cathedral, and I live downtown and right next to the church. I'm here to just say some words on the Good Neighbors Warming Center that we started on December 17th this last year. It went for 3 months and had the collaboration of 4 churches, so I'm here on behalf of the other 3 pastors as well. So it was St. Thomas Aquinas Cathedral, First United Methodist, Good Shepherd Lutheran, and Trinity Episcopal Cathedral. We worked in conjunction with RISE, which was really the coordinator and was such a great effort, great presence really for us to be connected from church to church, as well as having one of their staff people, which was so crucial for the shelter. It provided rest and warmth for unsheltered women and families, ranging from about 7 or 8 when we started to up to 25 a night. I think 1 or 2 nights we had families. The rest of the time it was single women. I was impressed by the number. It was over 200 community members who volunteered to be a part of the process, so we had a presence there from 9 p.m., really 8:30 until 6 or 6:30 in the morning. We had involvement from parishes as well as just larger community members. I was impressed by the gratitude of the women and the cooperation of the women who came to stay there. Very, very important to them. They needed additional places. They were either too afraid, sometimes due to mental illness or other issues, to be in a bigger shelter, or the shelter was full. And so it really gave them a place to get out of the cold, that there just still isn't enough for them. So we were honored to be a part of it. We need that trained help to make this work, because volunteers come in with big hearts, but not necessarily a clue how to deal with people who have various issues. So having that trained staff was very important to the process. And we're willing to do it again. The pastors, we've talked about it. In fact, we were going to extend it another 4 weeks this time, but the funding that RISE had set aside to do this, they had no more funding, and so we decided it wouldn't be wise to do it. But we'll be looking at it again in the fall and starting again in the winter, maybe for, again, 3 months or 4 months. So I appreciate your support in this, and I know this issue falls on the county and your work, so any way we can help and collaborate, we want to do that. And thank you again, and kudos to RISE and the churches that helped. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ryan Vortich, followed by Helena Coughlin.
I'll die without my calendar.
Is the light on?
It's on. It's on.
Oh, perfect. Sorry. Good morning, Chair Hill and Commissioners. My name is Ryan Vortish, and I am the Northern Nevada Democracy Coordinator with Silver State Voices. On behalf of my organization and the Let Nevadans Vote Coalition, I'm here to advocate for Washoe County's support on Assembly Bill 287, which y'all will be reviewing in item 11 today. We view AB 287 as a bill that addresses inequity within our representative democracy. Many races at the city or county level, as I'm sure y'all know, are won by just a handful of votes. However, our current recount process exponentially favors candidates who have the deepest pockets. A standardized recount threshold of 0.25% or less will even this playing field. Additionally, AB 287 will prevent counties such as Washoe County from being overburdened with frivolous recount requests that aim to sow distrust in our elections process. During the 2024 election cycle, you all heard numerous concerns about the transparency and security of our elections. The implementation of a standardized threshold to trigger an automatic recount will solve this problem by ensuring that all races whose results fall within a reasonable margin of error are reevaluated without giving favor to better resourced candidates. Nevada should join the other 24 states as well as the District of Columbia who provide for automatic recounts. In fact, AB 287 should be especially favorable given that its implementation will come at no cost to the county. Any qualifying recounts will instead be paid by the state's reserve for statutory contingency account. I urge you all to support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Helena Coughlin, followed by Jeff Carlton.
Good morning. I'm Helena Coughlin. I am the chairperson for the Sierra Club Great Basin Group. Also been a trip leader for hikes for 35 years. Come here a couple times now. I'm finding that I'm getting more and more involved in what's happening in our community because I am so concerned. I'm here today in support of the CAP initiative. And I am a native Nevadan, been here 5 generations here. I'm a longtime Washoe County resident. I really appreciate your time here today, that you're listening to all of us. I'm here to support the Washoe County's action plan to reduce the greenhouse emissions to 0 by 2050. I'm very concerned about the warming that we've been experiencing, as we're hearing from so many of us. It's a fact that temperatures have been increasing, and more quickly here in the Reno and Sparks area than anywhere else, any other city in the United States. I'm concerned about what I see happening with our forests and our wetlands and all around us. Personally, with all of the hiking that I do, like almost every day out there, I'm out hiking or skiing and doing things. I actually see like the white pines that are all declining on Mount Rose. A lot of the things that are happening. I'm in support of the CAP plan and really hope that you will help to reduce and mitigate the greenhouse emissions through building transportation infrastructure that will reduce the emissions, and better planning and building codes that will also help reduce greenhouse gases in both Reno and Sparks. The reduction of biological wastes that, of course, also are heating our county. I really, really, truly do appreciate your listening to us, and I love this area and just really hope that you will support this initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jeff Carlton, followed by Mariah Nelson.
Hello, good morning, and thank you so much for allowing us to speak and for hiring Brian Befford and having a sustainability manager who gave us such a great thing to consider today, the report and the climate action plan. Just a couple things. I can't speak as well as other people on a lot of these issues, but in our country, sometimes climate change does seem to be partisan by the way different groups handle it, but I didn't know if you knew that it's a consensus of all the academies of science worldwide from all the other countries that this is a huge issue and that humanity needs to get to net zero in our carbon emissions. So it's not partisan worldwide, and that's a big issue. That's something to endorse. I know there are some scientists, many of them work for fossil fuel industries or for think tanks that are funded by them. And they do deny that there is a climate change problem, but that's not the consensus worldwide. I also wanted to talk a little bit just about ethics. The United Nations body that deals with climate change and meets every year had given us a carbon budget worldwide of about 40 billion pounds of CO2 that we can put up. And this was to have a 2/3 chance of not exceeding 1.5 rise in temperature Celsius. But if you divide that by the 8 billion people on the earth, each person, if they were given an equal share of that budget, would have about 50,000 tons that they could personally emit. Obviously, most ethicists wouldn't say that those in the developed world should get that equal share. We should give it to others who weren't able to develop able to not, get free emissions into the atmosphere because they weren't at a level yet. But the average American exceeded their lifetime share of 50,000 back in early 2023. So we're using other people's equal share. And that's not something that is very ethical to do. And the Climate Action Plan will help us to do better in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mariah Nelson, followed by Attorney Jesse Coulter.
Good morning. This is my very first time at this meeting and my first time speaking in such a forum. I'm a little nervous, but I have my notes, so please bear with me if I stumble. My name is Mariah Nelson, and, well, this is not my describing characteristic or my most defining attribute. I am part of the aforementioned homeless problem. I am currently residing at the CARES campus in their resource center. And while I've been there, I've witnessed quite a few things that have given me a pause. I haven't always been homeless. When I was 18, I went to college and I studied business. And unfortunately, in 2008, I had to drop out and work. It was, a really tough time for everybody. But I am very well educated. I've continued that education throughout the pandemic. I continue it as part of my own personal hobby. I'm very well versed in a lot of subjects. I'm someone who's worked my whole life. I've had 3 jobs at one time. I've always supported myself. And I found myself in Reno due to some health circumstances. It wasn't really a purposeful move. But when I got here, I was lucky enough that there is a social safety network. When I moved, I was on a road trip, and I was, picking up odd jobs here and there. I didn't come here with the house because, again, I didn't plan on moving here. So I have been fortunate to be on the receiving end of some of those services, but at the same time, I have concerns about how those services are rendered. I'm aware that the public perception of homelessness is by and large, one of drug addiction, panhandlers, and the extremely mentally ill. That's the picture that comes to most people's minds. But as I'm standing here, I've never had a problem with addiction. I've never had a problem with alcohol. By and large, I'm a pretty normal functioning human being. I'm very articulate, I'm very intelligent, and I've just fallen on hard times. Not everybody who experiences homelessness has a debilitating problem like drugs or alcohol. There are a good portion of people that do. That is part of the problem. But there's a lot of people who live in their cars and work, who live in RVs, who stay on their friends' couches. So it's not a monolith, this problem. And I think there are better solutions that aren't just aimed at that problem. As someone with the lived experience in this, I have a unique perspective and a unique voice to voice those solutions. I just learned about the Lived Experience Committee, and I'd be interested in participating in that. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, and we appreciate the feedback. We'll get you in touch with the appropriate staff person.
Thank you.
Attorney Jesse Coulter, followed by DeAndre Burleson.
Good morning, all commissioners and everyone here. It's good to see you again. As you know, I'm Jesse Coulter. I'm the General Counsel for the Northern Nevada Confederation of Clubs and have been so going on 6 years now. I want to first thank the board for your tremendous donations last year, specifically from Commissioner Clark and Commissioner Herman. Thank you. And we are hopeful to get your continued support, starting with Commissioner Clark's proposed donation for this year. I want to tell you a little bit about our 501c3. No one gets personal reimbursement. Everybody donates their own gas and time and little things that go into putting an event on. There's no salaried executive director. Only expenses like food, shirts, some plaques for our larger sponsors are paid out of that fund. And I want to tell you first about my first toy run when I was first general counsel. I showed up and it happened to be a beautiful day in December. There had to be 1,000 motorcycles with toys draped all over them. And I, who never had ridden a motorcycle, not even a dirt bike, said, next year I have to be a part of this parade. So I actually got my motorcycle license and got a Harley, and I'll never miss one again. But the amount of love and giving, and it ends in a beautiful dinner, was spectacular. In addition to the money we give, as Treasurer Dan Lewis told you about, to local charities, the week after the parade is the toy sort. And I'll tell you, when I go to this, I'm almost in tears every time. Families put in specific needs, down to, I have a toddler. I didn't even know what toddler sizes were, and we're filling orders specifically for these families in need. I specifically help coordinate with our sailors in need over the holidays out at the Fallon Naval Base. It is an amazing, amazing feeling to touch that many lives in need, and I'm really proud to be a part of it. So, in conclusion, I'm asking that you continue to support our organization, and starting with Commissioner Clark's proposed donation. And lastly, I want to personally invite all of you to come to our toy run. It'll be the 45th toy run. It's December 7th. And then please come to the toy sort. It'll fill your heart. It really will.
Thank you.
DeAndre Burleson, followed by Natasha Majewski.
Hello, my name is DeAndre Burleson. I was the person, I guess, that's came last meeting in regards to homelessness and the housing authority issue that I had. So let's get to the matter at hand, I guess. I received a correspondence from the housing authority, and I had an interview on the 11th, I guess. So this was the correspondence that I received. And she wanted me to submit 2 documents, Wells Fargo account or activity, something of the nature, excuse me. And she wanted 2 documents from a medical and a case manager, which we submitted. And I received another correspondence from the Housing Authority in regards to fingerprint results. So I guess that's that. And the last but not least is a Motel 6 receipt from across the street, from the 3rd through the 5th, and then from the 5th through the 9th. So what do we say? Obviously, I'm in deficit. Obviously, I'm getting some sort of, I don't know, something from the housing authority. So what do we do? Because at the end of the day, I still sleep outside. And the money, the math is here, so you can only could see how much money I have left for the rest of the month. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Can I submit this into public record? All right, I think we're done.
Thank you,
All right, thank
Mr.
you.
Burleson, and
All
we'll
right.
get you connected with a caseworker because
right.
I think that's what we were trying to do last time you were here. So thank you for the information. I'm sorry for your struggle.
Natasha Majewski, followed by Jane Grossman. Thank you.
Hi, thank you, Commissioners, for allowing me to speak in support of Agenda Item Number 9. My name is Natasha Majewski, and I have been a resident of Northern Nevada for 15 years. I also work as a climate and energy consultant for the Nevada Wildlife Federation, an organization dedicated to the conservation of wildlife and wildlands. And I am an avid outdoorswoman who truly loves my state and the natural beauty that makes it up. I urge this commission to pass the Climate Action Plan created by Brian Beffert and Emily Stapleton. And although there are many aspects of this plan that I support, I'll stay in my lane and talking about safeguarding local lands and natural resources. As part of this Climate Action Plan, I believe the importance of protecting natural resources and wildlife habitat is an important part of a larger scale effort to protect both human and wildlife communities. And I really invite you to imagine what this plan actually protects. So it protects species like mule deer, pronghorn antelope, sage grouse, coyote, Lahontan cutthroat trout, native birds, and reptiles and other animals. It is our responsibility to steward our lands for humans and wildlife, and engaging proactively to solve climate issues are vital. If not, we kick a can down the road that becomes more complex and destructive. And really, to kind of pull a fact that I think is really important is from the 1980s to 2020, we've lost nearly 70 million acres of, or we went from 70 million acres of sagebrush habitat in the state and have lost about half of that. That doesn't actually work for our wildlife anymore, that they can live in it. So that is in part due to issues like drought, wildfire, and climate change. So I just want you to really imagine what happens if we keep going down that road. And really, we are the voice for those who cannot attend this meeting today, and that includes communities, habitat, and allows the ability to survive and thrive depending on what we do. And as capable and responsible humans, I think that it is our responsibility to take action for our greater community as a whole. So I urge you all to pass the Washoe County Climate Action Plan as something we'll put in action for ourselves, for our kids, for future generations to come, both human and wildlife communities that call Nevada and our planet our home.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jane Grossman, followed by Zeus.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am dedicating my testimony in the memory of Lynn Barker, who was Reno's sustainability manager years ago, and sadly she passed away from lung cancer a couple years ago, and in honor of our children and the next generation, and in gratitude to all of you who've chosen to serve our county, and to Brian Beffert and his team for putting together this plan. I urge you to support the Climate Action Plan that's been put together. To me, it's a no-brainer and it's urgent. I'm not a scientist, but from what I read, we may already be too late, and we are perhaps beyond the tipping point of mitigating what we've done to the climate. But we must put mitigations into place to make this a livable place. And Commissioner Clark, you are my commissioner, and you, of all the commissioners here, know about climate change because we were all impacted by the Davis fire. Our house was saved miraculously. The fire did come 1 mile from our house, and Wednesday night of that firestorm, my husband looked at me and he said, "Just get ready." And I said, "Nope, I'm going to hang on to hope. We have great firefighters." And by the grace of God, I still have a house. 11 homes were lost, as I know you know. My niece lives in Pacific Palisades. She has no more apartment. And this is all in the same year. My other niece lives in Asheville, North Carolina. She has a home, but her favorite haunts for coffee shops and hanging out with her friends and her community are gone. So this is real. We have to take action yesterday. I think Brian and his team have done a great job laying out some specifics and some accountability with the dashboard and ways that the community can monitor. And I hope that they will engage all of us to play a part because we all have a role in this. And thank you for your time. And I urge you to please support this plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Zeus? And as he approaches, I will state for the record, I do have an email.
Good morning, Commissioners. I want to first start by saying thank you to the commissioners that voted for the discretionary funds to go to the Toy Run this last year. Commissioner Clark, my heartfelt thanks for what you did, all of you. I'm here today to tell you a couple little stories about how things went. I had the honor of taking some toys to 2 specific families. I will be impacted by that for the rest of my life. Their mom, Alicia, happened to be home when I showed up. I had planned on leaving the toys, and she opened the door. I was like, oh, crud, now what? And her children were there, Devon and Trey, and she told them that I was there to bring presents from Santa. And Devon looked up at me and said, "You're an elf." I had to think really quickly because I didn't look like an elf, so I was like, well, Santa's really busy right now, and I couldn't wear my regular clothes because then everybody would know what I was doing. And I had to come here early because he's really out of time. The hugs that I got from the kids and from the mom and the tears were unbelievable. A week later, I got to go see Cherie and her children, Amanda, who was 15, Mikey, who was 7, and Brandon, who was 6. They were there when I got there and I delivered the toys, and her little brother walked up to her and gave her this hug and said, "It worked. It really worked." And I was kind of taken back by that, and I talked to the mom for a minute, and when I left, I asked her daughter to come outside. I said, "What was all that about?" She said, "I told my little brothers that if they prayed really hard, that Santa would find us this year. Because for the last 3 years, we were homeless, and we didn't have anywhere to be, and Santa couldn't find us, and that's why they didn't get presents." This is what we do. Those guys back there, all of my brothers from different chapters, this is what we do every year. Out of love, out of want for our community and our kids. By voting no on something as simple as donating money, it doesn't hurt us, it hurts the kids. They're the ones that need us. They're our future. We talk about climate change. Why is climate change so important? Because of the planet we're leaving for our kids, right? That's what this world is about, is bringing our children up, knowing that they're valued, they're loved, and they're appreciated, and they're deserving. So I asked that when it comes time for that, I was going to wait to speak. I got to get back to work. Please vote with us. Please help us. These kids need us. If not for anything, but to feel valued and loved and important. I've said enough.
Thank you.
For this.
There's nobody else signed in.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We've had a great morning of public comment. We're going to take a 10-minute break and come back at 11:35 to continue the rest of the agenda. Thank you. Okay, it is 11:36. I will bring back this Board of County Commissioners meeting to order. We'll now move into item 4, Manager Brown.
Item 4 is Commissioners and County Managers' announcements, reports, and updates to include boards and commissions updates, requests for information, topics for future agendas.
Thank you. And if folks want to chat, that's fine, but we ask that you do it outside of the chambers, please, so we can continue our meeting. I will now throw it over to Vice Chair Herman. Do you have anything for the board? Okay. Commissioner Garcia. Okay. And Commissioner Andriola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually have a couple items. So I just wanted to, I feel like it might be Brian Beffert Day, but I have a different topic to thank him on, and it's a continuation from what I had brought in terms of thanking him and recognizing him for putting together what I'm going to share was one of the most remarkable meetings that I've attended in terms of collaborating with Mr. Beffert, specifically in relationship to the Court of Antiquity, also known End of the World. I also learned at this meeting of it being designated in a native language that I cannot pronounce that is interpreted as Coyote Writings. The meeting was held on March 7th, and it was attended by 3 tribal chairs from Washoe and Pyramid Lake, Paiute, and California, Washoe County, the Sheriff's Department, Federal Highway Administration, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, Truckee Meadows, or Truckee River Flood Management Authority, the BLM, archaeologists, and more. The consensus of that meeting really stemmed around the study that occurred in 2012 with preserving the opportunity to recognize not only the cultural significance, but the petroglyphs that have been documented there. There's a lot of history, preserving the river. The ordinance that was passed by this commission helped the sheriff's office address the homeless issue for encampments, but it's even beyond that. So it goes across a lot of jurisdictions, both federal, state, county, and so the consensus of the group is to continue the meeting. And so for that, I really appreciate all the hard work. More to come on that. I'd also like to switch subjects, and I know that there's been a lot of circumstances and a lot of discussion, including calls from my constituents concerning the recent story that was shared by in the RGJ by Mark Robinson, reporting about the CIO living out of state. And so I would like to ask for the following. I would like to ask that we have HR policies highlighting the employment of out-of-state employees, a copy of the current CIO contract, a list of employees who either have resided out of state or currently reside out of state for the last 5 years in their contracts or terms of employment. I'd like to ask for an investigation regarding the situation in terms of how this all happened. HR, I'm guessing, would be involved in that, along with legal. That includes any money paid or compensation for travel, any updates to the contract that indicated any change in compensation for the CIO, and that an agenda item that would summarize the findings, and then include any breach of contract, and if a breach was identified, what that consequence might be. And I think it's important for us to be transparent. I think we have all commitments, everyone, to share information. I have no idea what the details are. And I think that we should look at those policies and really talk about that's what usually happens. I mean, that's why the legislature meets every 2 years. There wouldn't be a need for that if everything was fine. And the reality is that if things need to be looked at, I think there's an opportunity for us to do that. So I'm going to ask that we agendize that item and have a summary so that we all know what's going on. And then if there's an opportunity for us to look at a change in policies, that can be agendized with a discussion. So having said that, I also would like to move to another request. So we will be looking at agenda item number 8. I'm not specifically looking at 8 per se. I'm using it as an example because it's not the first time that District 4 does not have any representation on a board, which really gave an opportunity to come up with an idea that I'd like to request, that we have a recommendation to include on the CAB agendas announcements for board openings, and it include a link on the agenda. So when that's publicized, it would be easy for someone just to click on the link and apply accordingly. And then the chair of the CAB, for instance, can make that announcement, much to the county manager and what he does here. So I would like to do what we can to continue to share what those opportunities are for community engagement, community involvement. And so I would like to ask that we have staff consider that as an opportunity and any other opportunities to continue to engage the community. And thanks to all who have served. And so again, it's not really agenda item per se, but it just was another thing where I was like, oh my gosh, there's no one from District 4. There's no representation from District 4, and there's no applications from District 4, and there's no fault to that. That opportunity is available to everyone, but I just think that we need to start thinking of different ways that we can engage the community, and CABs are the best way that we can connect as commissioners with our constituents, and so having those who serve on the CAB offer that opportunity, and the agenda is a public document, and having those links may actually have a result that we could see more representation in all the districts, but I represent District 4, so I'm obviously very focused on that. And that's all I have, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'd like to compliment Commissioner Andriola for bringing that up about the employees that work out of the area. She's mentioned out of state. I'd like to define that even further and make sure we know who's working out of county. I think it's very important that somebody that we hire and pay them hundreds of thousands of dollars a year live in our county or live in our state. You think about somebody who lives out of state, they get their paycheck, they spend it in their own state, so we don't even get a chance to have those folks buying goods and services in our county. We don't get an opportunity to recapture that money and have it generate money throughout the county with wait staff and goods and services and everything else that's involved. So I think it's very important that we hire local folks, we find somebody locally, or if we can't do that, it's part of the package, the contract that they engage in with the county, that they move to this area in a short period of time. Even if it's a rental property, they don't have to buy something, but they have to be a resident of this community if they're going to take part in the payroll from this community. I think that's very important, and we need to look into that a bit further. Also, I would like to ask for from the staff to get a report of exactly how many folks are working remotely, working out of the county, and what type of arrangement, and who granted those arrangements. So I'd like to see that from the staff, if we could see that. So I want to shift to a couple of other things. There's been quite a few newspaper articles, online information coming out, and it's just quite, it's almost mind-boggling to keep up with what appears to be a lot of questionable activity. I've asked to see the tapes from Sober 24. Sober 24 apparently was closed several days last week. I was out of the state on a conference in D.C. I got a call from constituents wanting to know what's taking place. I understand the federal marshals came in and seized whatever records, that type of thing. I'd like to get a report from the staff. How many times in the county's history of federal agents had to come in and close down an apartment? I think the citizens need to know that. I need to find out who's in charge of this, who oversees this. You know, I understand the manager Brown is part of that, but his other folks, his assistant county managers, when he's out of town, we get memos from him on a regular basis when he's out of town that he turns over the county leadership to his assistants. I'd like to know how many times in the past, how many times the last 10 times Manager Brown went to this facility, how many times the assistant county managers went to this facility. I've asked to see tapes of when our security tapes of when the federal marshals were there, and I was told I couldn't see it. I couldn't see these because, you know, me seeing these tapes might compromise the investigation. Well, I think that's ridiculous, but that's the way it is. So I'm going to amend my request, and I want to see selected dates over the last 6 months of what's taking place over there. So before the investigation, before the federal agent showed up, I'd like to see what was taking place over there. I hear from attorneys in the community. Some of them are worried about their clients and how they were treated there. Some people are talking about illegal strip searches. I don't know if it's illegal or not, but people going there to get tested and end up getting strip searched. I don't know if that's happening or not, but that's the allegations that I'm hearing. I'd like to know more about that. I understand there's been, over the last few months, or a number of months, there's been reduced hours. People have to get out after work and go for their urinalysis or their breathalyzer or whatever they do over there, and the hours are short. And when people in a town like this, where 24 hours a job cycle, people need to to stay out of being incarcerated, have the ability to get there in a timely fashion and check in so they're not rearrested. So I think that's a big concern, and everybody should be concerned about this. Again, I don't think anybody I've talked to who've been around for a long time don't know of any time the federal government had to come in and close a county office, a county department, and seize records. So I'd like to know kind of what's going on, but I'm only a commissioner. I can't be told that kind of thing. So you citizens will probably not hear about it either, but I'm concerned about that. Then I want to shift back to a couple of other, back to the IT department in particular. I'd like to know how many trips this person has gone on for the county, seminars or training. How do we reimburse them? What were the courses about? Where were they held? I'd like to know all the details about reimbursement of somebody for travel time to and from the county, to and from events, and hotels, meals, expenses, cost of the courses. I'd like to see all of that information if I could get that. Next, I want to shift over to executive orders. Is this county going to comply with the federal government's executive orders? I'd like to see that on the agenda and then have a vote amongst the commissioners whether we will support executive orders from the United States government. This county receives a large amount of grants and funds from the federal government, and to continue to receive those to help our citizens, we need to be in compliance with executive orders and federal guidelines. So I'd like to see that, more information about how we're going to deal with that. I've asked in the past if the DA wants to give us an opinion on how we should deal with executive orders, but I think we need to bring that out as an agenda item and have the commissioners vote on that. I brought it up before, but I'll reemphasize it. I want to see the agreements with everyone the county has working from home, if they're working here in the county or working out of the county or working out of the state. I'd like to see what those agreements are. And I'd like to see it all in writing, please. Next, I'm going to shift into senior food. I've talked about this until I'm done talking about it, almost, but I'm not quite done, so I'm going to keep talking about it. We've got a situation where the seniors in this county, in my opinion, get food that is not equal to that of people in jail, and I'm not saying the people in jail should be not receive good food. I think that the jail food is better than we serve the seniors here. I think the CARES campus gets better food for the homeless folks than the seniors do here. Down in Douglas County, they serve better food. Catholic Charity serves better food. We're, in my opinion, coming in dead last. We've just contracted with the suppliers for another possibly 6 more years of this. I think we can do better, and we need to find a way to do better for our seniors. CARES campus, I asked a question about, I understand that it's been alleged that other counties are shipping their homeless people to our CARES campus, so our county, our citizens get to pay for other counties' homeless. So somebody at the county had the idea of contacting other elected officials in other counties, and of course they all denied that. Well, who's not surprised by that? Who's going to admit this? When we heard the story before, it was other nonprofits in other counties that were bringing homeless people to our CARES campus. So I'd like to ask the county manager to ask his folks at the CARES campus, all the employees and the counselors, to ask the question of people who sign up and join and enter the CARES campus, where they came from. I don't think that's an invasion of privacy. I think we should audit where the people come from and don't rely on folks in other counties to tell us they're not sending them here. Let's ask the people who are here where they came from. That's the way to solve that problem and get some real answers. I guarantee if you ask the folks in Nicaragua or El Salvador if they're sending people here, they'd probably say, no, we're not sending people here. But people are coming here from other parts of the world across our borders, and now they're coming across the county's borders, and I'd like to find out where they're coming from. When the sheriff takes in federal prisoners, they get reimbursed from the federal government. And when we take in homeless people from other counties, we should ask those other counties to contribute to our costs. So again, I'm asking for that. I'd like to also ask for more information about the allegations that we've reduced homelessness here by 40%. I'd like the public to understand exactly the metrics and the numbers and how we came up with that number of exactly 40% reduction. I know there's been talk about numbers of 2021 or 2022 or 2023 versus now. I want to see something in writing that'll back up those allegations. So those are my commissioner comments, requests, actions, and asking for things to be on the agenda. I'd also like to make one last comment. Tomorrow night, Wednesday, 6 p.m., I'm holding a town hall meeting at the Reno Christian Fellowship. Everyone's invited. It's a town hall meeting. I want to hear from my citizens. I want to hear from the folks, and I want to hear the concerns. This isn't a meeting for me. This is a meeting for the citizens, and it's in District 2, but anybody in the county is welcome to attend. So tomorrow night, Reno Christian Fellowship. Thank you.
Thank you. And I wanted to give kudos to our Good Neighbor Warming Shelter community members who have helped us this winter with women and children who find themselves homeless. I have asked for Manager Brown and our homeless community team to get together and come together with a report to the Board of County Commissioners so we have a better idea of where those gaps are in services and how we can better collaborate with our nonprofit partners, with our church community partners. So I did want to give an update on that. That's going to be coming forth. And Manager Brown, do you have anything for the board?
Yes, Madam Chair, I do. First of all, today is, as you all know, March 11th, 311. So I wonder if you could join me. We actually have our 311 team here in Chambers, and I thought we'd take the opportunity to acknowledge them. This, for the public, these are the folks that take your phone calls, that answer your email inquiries with regards to anything Washoe County. I do want to clarify, they are not 911, so they are not the folks that you contact in an emergency if you need the police or public safety folks. But they do a great job because they're armed with information for all things Washoe County. So if you need to know where to get your dog chipped, or you're trying to understand how you can rent space at a local park, any of those kinds of things, these are the folks that do it. And Mark De La Torre, who the commissioners will remember, used to work for us in elections, is the supervisor of the group. So if we could just give him a round of applause.
Yes, I don't know what I'd do without 311. You've been amazing, and the citizens rely on you, so thank you for being our first direct response to the community. We appreciate it.
All right, thank you, guys. Secondly, we're proud to announce that the Washoe Tahoe Academy, the initial class, which will be Incline Village and North Lake Tahoe's version of the Leadership Academy, focused on that community. Applications are now open through Thursday, March 27th. The academy itself actually begins on April 30th. It will include 5 sessions over 5 weeks, where Incline Village and Crystal Bay residents will get a close-up look at how local government works, better understanding of the breadth of services available to the constituents, and how the county and other governing bodies impact their everyday life. So again, applications are now open. Apply today by going to washoecounty.gov/WTA. I know there's, when the chair and I were at the CAB 2 weeks ago, I think it was, there was a lot of interest in this. So the unique aspects of that community, it's great to see that the citizens will be able to have this experience. Number 3, on March 25th, coming up 2 weeks from today, we will have a workshop. It will not be a BCC meeting, as I previously communicated to the commission. We're going to do a workshop with 2 topics. One is Budget 101. So our budget folks will be here and can take the public through the mechanics of how the Washoe County budget works, hopefully generate better understanding and transparency about that. We will also be doing a demo of our brand new service, which will be Washoe Checkbook. Thank you. Commissioner Andriola has been a great champion of bringing this technology to our attention. So we will be showcasing Washoe Checkbook also at this event on the 25th. Be right here in Chambers, 10 o'clock. We will be filming it, so if you can't make it, can't be here in person, you'll be able to see the event as well as the Q&A period, because we want people to come and engage and have your questions answered. Number 3, I just want to give the board an update on the Sun Valley Skate Park. Remember a couple of weeks ago, our park staff met with Piper. If you remember, he was one of the speakers, and many of his comrades. And I'm told that there's great collaboration going on in terms of how we build out the skate park going forward. So kudos to our park staff for doing that. Just wanted to provide that update to the board. All right, we have this is the first meeting of the month, so Commission support has given me an update on your prior request from the dais. On February 11th, Commissioner Clark requested documentation and information on which metrics were being used to support the statements by Chair Hill of 40% reduction in homeless. That was provided. And to clarify, the reference was to unhoused individuals. There was a 40% reduction in unhoused individuals. That information was provided. Number two, Commissioner Clark, same meeting on February 11th, wanted to know when the county will close escrow on the former medical examiner's building. As you all know, the next day, we brought that item forward, and we're actually having a second reading on the close of it today. On February 11th, Commissioner Clark said that on September 27th, the ROV stated that the voter rolls had not been updated in the legal time frame. Has it been addressed? As you all know, the registrar of voters came a couple of weeks ago and provided a presentation and an update showing that those issues are in the process of being addressed, and some of the final resolutions reside with the Secretary of State's office. We're waiting, which is investigating some of these things. All right, on February 25th, Commissioner Andriola requested that the phrases regionalization and consolidation are clarified during the business planning stage with regards to what we're going to do with our fire agencies. I'd like to report that at the meeting 2 days later, that was precisely the topic that the chiefs wanted to discuss. It was addressed. In broad strokes, consolidation in this context refers to putting organizations in the same organization. Regionalization is more of a continuum of outcomes that really have to do with standardizing operating procedures and how things are done. So I wanted to report back on that. And by the way, this week, the chiefs and the managers will get together again to focus on next steps. The chiefs wanted to take some time and talk to their organizations about the meaning of mutual aid, automatic aid, making sure that the definitions here again are consistent across all of our organizations. So we'll have an update for you at our next meeting on how that goes. The intent is still to engage a third-party consultant to write a business plan, but we think having these definitions agreed to, whether it's regionalization versus consolidation or whether it's mutual aid, are going to be very important. And the last thing, and then I'll shut up, Madam Chair, is just I want to convey my apologies to the board. You went to Washington, D.C. on the lobbying trip, on a legislative update trip last week, and there were some problems, massive breakdown in communication with regards to commissioners being able to meet with the 3 representatives of the Nevada delegation. I take full responsibility for the fact that that did not happen as it should have. When I saw the agenda or the itinerary shared with the commissioners the week before, I did notice that there were no individual meetings with the representatives. Honestly, the last time I did the trip, which was 2 years ago, we met as a NACO group with the individual representatives, but we didn't have individual meetings, so I didn't think anything of it. Wrong thing for me to make that assumption. I should have reached out to each of you and gone through the agenda in detail to make sure you were getting what you needed. So for that, I apologize. This afternoon, we're having briefings with each of you, I hope, with regards to next steps. The members of the delegation have offered to meet with you when they're in the district here in the next couple of weeks. In fact, some of them have indicated they really would like to do that so they can hear from you firsthand what impacts the pausing of federal aid and those kinds of things are having on our community, which is one of the topics we're going to brief you on this afternoon. Finally, this afternoon, we're going to brief you also on our list of proposed appropriations. Those lists are due back in D.C. we're told, around the 1st of April, so we got a couple of weeks to get that done. But we wanted to share with the commission what our thoughts were around appropriations and have you give us input so we can finalize the list. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I will come to you, Commissioner Andriola, after Commissioner Clark. He is signed in. Go ahead, Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your report, Manager Brown. Again, I'm going to ask for written explanation of the 40% reduction in homelessness. And I'll point out that Bob Conrad on This is Reno wrote an article about it, and it isn't just me saying it. He said based on the information that he has, that he gave out what he calls the Dookie Award, and that's when he fact checks someone and finds out they're not telling the whole truth. And that's what I'm irritated with, is when somebody representing the county gives a media report and gives a report to the elected officials in Carson City about this wonderful work we're doing when we're not doing it, and then a reporter writes an article about it, and then Manager Brown tells me I've already received the information. We didn't get the information, and I want to find out exactly how they got it. The newspaper reporter says he doesn't believe it. I don't believe it. You should read the article. It isn't just me talking about it. Our town, Reno. Then I want to give a shout out to Mark Robeson for the RGJ for writing an article about the employee that lives out of the state. Very investigative reporting and good work to Mark for that. So you should read that article. There's articles in Our Town Reno, This is Reno, Pecan Press, RGJ, all the things that seem to be coming down on this county at the same time. Homeless reduction, people working out of state, people telling stories about lots of things that are going on around here. And my constituents read this, and then they call me and ask me about it. And I've got to say, I don't know. I'll ask. Maybe I'll get an answer and maybe I won't. I usually don't. So I bring it up here. This is my voice for my people in these meetings, is to bring up questions, because other than that, I don't get a whole lot of information. When I wanted to see the tapes of what the seizure of records looked like, I'm not allowed to see that, as if my viewing that would compromise the investigation. Okay, so that's where I'm coming from, and I just want to reemphasize that. Next, I'll shift gears. Seniors are asking me on a daily basis, hourly basis, when the 9th Street Senior Center might reopen. So I'd like to get that, and I'd maybe like to get a tour of the inside of it and take a look. People are concerned that it's not going to be finished in a timely fashion, and I just want to find out if there's any fact to that concern that people have. So. Also, I'd like to find out if the county has a guideline for travel. As the Manager Brown mentioned, we were all in Washington, D.C. last week. Other people travel for the county. I'm sure there's a handbook out there. I want to find out when the last time it was updated and find out how people are reimbursed, what's allowed, and the whole process, and make sure that's crystal clear for everybody, and find out if there is a handbook and when the last time it was updated, and have that come before the commissioners to take a look and see what travel reimbursement looks like. Thank you.
Commissioner Andriola.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank the county manager and obviously Ms. Jacobin as well, Abby Jacobin. The fact that on March 25th there's going to be a budget workshop, and then the launch of Washoe Checkbook, which has been in the making. And so everybody, in terms of their staff time, I just really want to acknowledge everyone's hard work. I think we're all eager to learn as much as we can. Budgets are always complex, and I think, as you can imagine, in a government setting, it becomes even more complex. I am hoping that there's an opportunity, even though I know budgets are currently underway and not finalized, but if there's an opportunity to have a draft budget that goes along with that, and that may already be considered for that, but I think it's helpful so that the people who are participating in the workshop will have a useful document to look at prior to coming. I'm guessing that it will still be posted within the timeline of a compliance, much like all the other public meetings. So attaching a draft budget, maybe draft in bold and red, and, so it's not to imply that the budget is finalized without any approval, but it would give some guidelines. And again, maybe Ms. Jacobin has already considered that, but I wanted to thank everyone and then make that recommendation for consideration for the draft budget.
Thank you. Any other commissioners? I'm not seeing any. Commissioner Clark, are you signed in again?
Yes, one last request for information. I'd like to find out with the senior meals exactly in writing how much the meals are costing and the breakdown of each individual meal that is served. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. We'll now move into item 5, Manager Brown.
Item 5 is a presentation by Evelyn Grosnick and Kate Hickman, to provide updates on the public defenders and alternate public defenders offices.
And since this is 2 offices that are going to be covered, I've given them a bit more time than I give most of our speakers. So thank you both for coming. Welcome. Now I can.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Evelyn Grosnick, and this is Catherine Hickman. Thank you so much. I'm sorry I said morning. It is the afternoon. Thank you so much for allowing us to present today and for giving us a little bit of extra time. A lot of people don't realize we are actually 2 separate county departments. And we will try to move quickly through our material to give you the updates on our practice. So we will begin with our purpose and why attorneys at public expense exist in the first place. Our purpose starts with the 6th Amendment of the Constitution, which in all criminal prosecutions includes many rights, including the assistance of counsel for defense. Now, in Gideon versus Wainwright in 1963, the right to counsel in a criminal action was recognized officially as a fundamental constitutional right. And in Strickland, another case that was a little bit later, it was recognized that there is an obligation to not only provide a warm body standing next to a criminal defendant, but also to provide effective representation to those who cannot afford it. So the message here in the Constitution is if we want to prosecute people, if we want a criminal legal system, we need to fund indigent defense for those who cannot afford to provide their own counsel. Funding indigent defense is a cost of the prosecution function. Now, our practice is governed by many different sources of law and regulations. On the left, you see the constitutions. There are many statutes. There are cases out there from the Supreme Court, the appellate courts, the United States Supreme Court that interpret Nevada law and the United States Constitution. There are local and statewide court rules that we must follow. We have a model plan for our jurisdiction that governs indigent defense and the conflict practice. On the right, these are rules that give us very specific guidelines about how to defend someone in a criminal case, as well as in youth defense actions. So that includes the Nevada Rules of Professional Conduct, which are promulgated by the State Bar and the Supreme Court. Regulations governing our practice through the Nevada, which is statewide, Department of Indigent Defense Services, Supreme Court rules such as Rule 250, which governs death penalty practice, and Nevada Supreme Court Order ADKT 411 from 2008. This talks about exactly what we need to do when we should be meeting with our clients, how to investigate a case, what motions to file, and those sorts of things. So just to give you an idea, because a lot of people don't realize how this works, who gets counsel at public expense? So it's individuals who are charged with a crime that is punishable by jail time and who cannot afford to hire their own attorney. That determination is made by a judge. So we do not solicit clients, we do not advertise for them. They are given to us by courts who have made that determination that they qualify. All cases in which an attorney is appointed at public expense in Washoe County come first to the public defender's office. We review those for a conflict of interest, which are outlined in the model rules and the Nevada Rules of Professional Conduct. A conflict, an example for you would be co-defendants. We generally cannot represent two people charged in the same case. Because we may have a divided loyalty. Our defense may be pointing the finger at another. We also have conflicts frequently when we have previously or currently represent another individual who is appearing on the state's behalf as a witness to testify against our client. So if we review the case and realize that we have a conflict of interest, we send it to the alternate public defender's office. They then review the case. If they also have a conflict, then they send it to a tertiary counsel group, which are private attorneys in the community who take appointments when necessary. I do want to point out that the public defender's office keeps between 88 and 90% of the cases to which we are assigned. We keep the majority, and I believe that the alternate public defender's office keeps most of the cases that are conflicted to them, but I will let Ms. Hickman speak to that. So as for the public defender's office, this is our mission, what we do. It is our mission to protect and defend the rights of indigent people in Washoe County by providing them access to justice through professional legal representation. We are the largest provider of indigent defense in Northern Nevada. We are here to uphold the constitutional promises and mandates, and we practice holistic defense, which I will explain in a moment. So this is the composition of the public defender's office. We have 47 attorneys, 9 investigators, 19 support staff, which include the office specialists, our legal assistants, and then we have several other positions. We have 3 of those. We have a mitigation specialist, a paralegal, and a business technologist. So our total employees are 78. One of the challenges that we will be facing in the coming fiscal year is that we are on track to lose 5 positions that are currently funded with federal grants from ARPA. We have 3 attorneys, 1 investigator, and 1 legal assistant. We are very grateful to have had their assistance, the assistance of these additional positions for the last 3-4 years. However, eventually that funding will run out, and we are concerned about what that will do to our ability to represent individuals. These are the divisions within the public defender's office. These are the practice areas that we have. Our largest practice area is adult criminal. That's over on the left. We have a misdemeanor team that handles all the misdemeanor cases to which we are appointed, the first appearances and bail hearings, as well as misdemeanor specialty courts, which are in the Reno Justice Court and the Sparks Justice Court. We have to provide under Padilla immigration advice on the consequences of certain pleas or outcomes. We have 3 felony teams, and we have a complex litigation unit. We also represent individuals in family court whose parental rights might be taken or whose children have been taken from their home. We assist them in that process. Individuals who are involuntarily hospitalized because their mental health poses a direct threat to themselves or others. And we represent individuals in the competency court, which I know you've heard a lot about, and assisted outpatient treatment, which is it goes hand in hand with involuntary hospitalizations. We also represent individuals who are 18 and who are under 18 who are charged in delinquency petitions. They are not treated the same as adults unless the charges are a certain type. We represent individuals in direct appeals, parole revocations, and we have support staff who work together as a team with our attorneys to provide this representation.
Good afternoon. My name is Kate Hickman. I'm with the Alternate Public Defender's Office. We are obviously a much smaller office. If you look, we have 16 attorneys, 2 investigators, 8 support staff, and there's 26 of us that are total. We do very similar work to the Public Defender's Office. Much of what we do is, I would say, identical to what they do. But we do some things that are a little bit different. What you'll see mainly is we do handle the specialty courts in the district court. And again, like the Public Defender's Office, the majority of our cases are adult criminal cases. We do, and I have a slide that's coming up on this, we do handle, because of the way conflicts come in, and the type of cases that are usually conflicted, we do generally handle more complex cases, more serious cases. They do as well, but those are the type of cases that make it through the conflict process to our office. So we don't have a misdemeanor team because we have very few misdemeanors. We do have a number of homicide cases that are currently open in our office. I think at last count there was 20 of those cases, one of which is a potential death penalty case, one of which is a resentencing and a death penalty case. And then we do direct appeals and writ petitions to the Supreme Court from cases that are within our office. You'll see the specialty courts that we appear in. Those are all the specialty courts in the district court. So we staff mental health court, adult drug court, DUI court, veterans court, the young offender court, medication assisted court, reentry court, and competency court. We also take conflicts from juvenile court, and we take conflicts in family court. And if you think about family court, that is a large portion of our staff because there's usually 2 parents in a case, and the Public Defender's Office can represent one, and we can represent the other.
Both of our offices aspire to practice holistic defense. Now, this is a model that started, I believe, in the Bronx, in which public defenders work in interdisciplinary teams to address both the criminal process and assist with that, as well as the whole person and what are the circumstances leading to that. Now, we don't have resources to work with housing attorneys or paid social workers for the most part. However, both of our offices begins with hiring. We hire people who care about vulnerable individuals and who want to fight for them and want to represent them and get them the help that they need. We train them in what resources are in the community, how to advocate effectively for clients. And then we do have a robust social work program that's a partnership with the UNR School of Social Work. This is nothing new to Washoe County. It started under Jeremy Bosler over a decade ago, and so we do have 2, now 3 family court investigative specialists who supervise unpaid interns who meet with our clients, provide psychosocial histories, and often help our clients get into treatment or direct them to community resources. This holistic practice is consistent with the sequential intercept model and decriminalizing behavioral health. Now I would like to get into a little bit of the statistics. So here are our statistics for the last 2 fiscal years. Total cases, and this is just for the Public Defender's Office. I didn't bring stats for the Alternate Public Defender's Office. Total cases received are down by almost 1,000 cases, which is great news. The data on this slide encompasses all cases assigned to the Public Defender's Office, including the ones that we conflict off of. The total cases received are divided into 2 groups. You've got new cases and reopens. Reopens are cases that for whatever reason we closed and then had to reopen, whether it's due to a client failing to appear, a reversal on appeal, a new trial, any host of reasons, probation revocations, parole revocations, all count as reopens. And then we have 2 categories of conflicts. We have non-workload conflicts, which are Cases where we feel we have a true ethical division of loyalty between a client and current client or former client would be the biggest example of that. And then we have workload conflicts where, unfortunately, at times, we are unable to meet the demands on our resources. We also have cases that we've closed. This does not include the conflict numbers, and so these are cases that either are seen through to the end of the case, or private counsel subs in, or the defendant fails to appear. Those are the prime examples of that. And you can see that that number has increased by 1,100 between the 2 fiscal years. So we have closed quite a few cases. Now I'd like to turn to, if you're interested in caseloads by type, these are how our adult criminal caseloads break down. These do not include conflicts. So these are the cases that we kept. So these numbers will be a little bit different, but you can add the conflicts back in. Here you can see in various categories, cases going up and down, more misdemeanors, more gross misdemeanors, but same amount of felonies. These are our other types of cases, so our youth defender cases. These are individuals under 18 or those who are on youth parole or probation and are over 18 up until the age of 21. Those cases have gone down by about 70 in the last fiscal year. Family court and appeals are holding pretty steady. Parole violation cases are down, and hospitalization petitions are up slightly. Now, the question that I get and that we should be asking ourselves is, how can we possibly need more resources or need to hang on to the resources that we have if our caseloads are going down? And in asking this question, I think it's important to look at the trial workload, because this is where we're finding that we're investing a lot of time. Now, it's not just the number of cases that are that go forward to trial. It is the number of cases that are set for trial. Because when you set a case for trial, you then also start thinking about, well, what is that trial going to look like? What witnesses do I need to subpoena? What other investigation do I need to do? How am I going to file pretrial motions? Definitely have to watch all the body cam before you file your motions to know if you have suppression issues or other issues. So it's not just cases that go forward to trial, although those are increasing too. It's also the preparation that goes into preparing for trial. I think this is a nuance of our workload that's not always readily apparent. And so what follows are some graphs that just sort of visually show these numbers. So these are trials that went forward for the Public Defender's Office by calendar year for felony and gross misdemeanor only, jury trials, and I think there was like one bench trial in there. The number of trials that have gone forward for our office have increased each year. And this is consistent with data from the 2nd Judicial District Court. Here you can see the data that the district court provided to the legislature on February 11th. And what I really love about this graph is the blue line, the blue trend line, and that shows the number of jurors who reported for jury duty each year. And look at the community coming together to make sure that an individual's right to a trial in front of a jury, a right to have the community come together and to hear and see all the evidence, and make a judgment and learn the law from the judge and make a judgment either way on what happened in that case. That is an essential right of our democracy. And look how many of our community citizens have come together to do that. I have a few more slides, but I am going to skip through. So these are all graphs of trial rates and trial outcomes as well. And I'm happy to answer questions on these. But I don't want to take all the time, and I want to make sure Ms. Hickman has time as well.
So like I said, these are how we get our cases from the Public Defender's Office. We also, what's not up there is we represent people who are arrested as material witnesses, someone who the state arrests in order to ensure that they show up at a trial or a preliminary hearing. This shows you what I was talking about is we tend to take the more serious cases. We have changed things in our office to ensure that those serious cases stay within the alternate public defender's office. And the model that we have in Washoe County has actually been mentioned in national studies and reports for public defenders as a way that counties can ensure appropriate representation to people as well as contain costs. The institutional offices do provide the representation and are a cost-effective way at doing that. One thing I really want to talk about is the specialty courts. I think that this is one of the areas that supports the board's strategic planning and goals because specialty courts really focus on the individual. They focus on not punishment, but they focus on rehabilitation. They focus on reducing recidivism, and they treat the whole person to get at the whatever the issue is that sometimes causes criminal behavior. When we talk about federal funding, our specialty courts are funded through federal grant funding, not our positions in our office, but the court side of it. We currently represent 441 people in specialty courts. We do have family courts. Obviously, our goal is to build safe and secure families, reducing trauma, separation, and entry into the legal system. These are national statistics. These are not Washoe County statistics, but we are similar in Washoe County, is that children who spend time in foster care, children who grow up in foster care, experience homelessness, and they often intersect with the criminal legal system. So they start in foster care and they often end up in our criminal legal system. And the thing that's important to know is the majority of people who go to prison get out. And the majority of people who go to prison get out, and then what do, right? Do we keep them in a rotation where they keep coming back? Or do we look at something like a specialty court? We have reentry court that can help with some of the root causes of criminal behavior to really make our community safer, to make our people healthy, and to really meet some of those goals that the board has put forth. This is just really brief. Sort of what our goal is a people-centered representation that reduces incarceration and positively impacts the lives of people harmed by cycles of poverty and incarceration. We have some of the most experienced attorneys in the county in our office. Legally, we are very strong, but our attorneys do this work. Our attorneys are social workers, they're investigators, they're working as paralegals. They do their own technology support because we haven't had these support positions in the past, and that really hampers the attorney's abilities to do anything beyond just legal representation.
And I guess if I can just close out briefly, I did want to thank, and I believe we both want to thank this commission and county management, and especially the sheriff's office for how we've been working together to try to address our workload issues. We do have some new software, Axon Justice, that is more designed for attorney use. It's already created efficiencies within our department in reviewing body camera footage, which is voluminous. Temporary paralegal using ARPA awards, we're splitting that money. And then we've redistributed within the public defender's office some of our felony workload to put 2 additional attorneys on direct felony criminal representation to make sure those individuals have representation. And we want to really thank the sheriff's office. They helped us with the Axon contract. They worked together with us. They included us. And then we still struggle with the software that's for video visitation with our clients at the jail. They've put in emergency phones in each housing unit that are just direct lines between defense counsel and the clients. And we've been able to use those to convey some last minute offers. that otherwise attorneys would have to miss court to drive up to the jail to convey to clients. And so that's, I believe, saved the county money as well and improved efficiency within our office. So we are enormously grateful to this commission, to the sheriff's office, to county management, and to several other departments for working together.
And you're wrapped up. You're ready for questions?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. I will start with Vice Chair Herman. Do you have anything? And Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you so much. This was incredibly helpful. I don't think I've ever really looked at those nuances that you talked about and really understood it until today, so I appreciate that. Very informative. I had a question about funding. I was reading that in other jurisdictions, the alternate public defenders may not be housed under the county umbrella as employees, and it sounds like you are, correct? You're county employees. So the tertiary counsel group that you mentioned on the flow chart, are those private attorneys, and do we pay outside fees for those private attorneys to stand in those conflicted cases?
Yeah, so the public defender, or the alternate public defender's office, we are county employees.
Okay.
And then anything that is a conflict from our office goes to tertiary counsel, and those are private attorneys who get paid by the county for the work that they do, but they are not county employees.
Okay, and I assume that can be very costly, so it's better for us to take care of our needs in the public defender's office and then as needed in the alternative public defender's office. How many cases go to that tertiary level?
I don't have those numbers, and it definitely varies. You will see, so we keep a conflict log every week to see what comes out of our office to tertiary counsel. There's a number of things that affect how many cases go out. A lot of times when we have juvenile cases that come in, kids tend to commit crimes in groups. And so if we can each only keep one, you'll see 6 or 7 of them go into tertiary counsel. You'll see some co-defendant cases. If one of us can't keep it, that co-defendant case will go. There have been times where both offices have overflowed cases because of the workload, and that really ups those conflicts. So it does depend. We've changed some of our policies to keep more cases, especially with the amount of people we represent in specialty courts, is trying to make sure that those are not creating conflicts on more serious cases that would cost that money.
Great, thank you. And I know we traveled together to Miami-Dade for the sequential intercept model. I just wanted to get an update to see what you've been able to kind of implement to date. And I know we have an update coming up soon. We have the save the date for a more comprehensive update, but if you could share anything about our SIM.
Well, our supervisor of our family court and mental health unit, Jennifer Rains, is really sort of the bread and butter of that for our office. She's an expert essentially in knowing what resources are in the community, what issues our clients are facing. I think one of the most important things about SIM is addressing the high utilizers. And people don't necessarily know what that is, but we have in our community people who suffer from mental health or severe substance abuse issues who cycle in and out of the emergency rooms, the jail, and the CARES campus. And if we can help them cycle out by addressing the underlying issues, then that's what we want to do. So as far as our office, I'd say the biggest way that we assist under the SIM model is by practicing holistic defense, treating the person as a whole person while also representing their wishes in their criminal case. And also dedicating a lot of time and resources to getting people into specialty courts, getting them into treatment, our competency court representation. Those are a lot of high utilizers as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Andriola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for what you do. I thought the highlight of what you said in terms of really looking at the folks who are your colleagues, not only being great attorneys and great support, but also having a heart for really this work. And so I think that was a really important telltale sign of looking for someone who really is dedicated to helping folks that may not have that calling. So thank you for having that calling and everyone who you work with. I also wanted to thank you for highlighting the foster care statistics, because I think most people don't realize the impact of what that means. And I think the great work that is done by HSA as well, and I'm sure you work a lot in conjunction with that, is hopefully to prevent that cycle. And I know no one wants that to continue. And so I think as that becomes more aware of what can happen, can have a great opportunity for preventative measures. I think specialty court, which is fairly new, if you look at our country, really, it's a new concept, and seeing it come to fruition and continue to build. But I am concerned, and I wanted to talk a little bit about the tertiary that Commissioner Garcia already asked, but following that line in terms of the tertiary, do you see that going up with the loss of the 5 positions? I mean, how is that going to be absorbed in terms of losing the ARPA funds or federal funding? And I was just curious what those strategies might be, and thinking that maybe it might go to a tertiary situation and increase that particular load and cost.
Thank you for that question, Commissioner Andriola. I think it's a tough question. I don't know what will happen. We've seen caseloads also go down, and my hope is that will continue as we all work on this process to make it better. And so, yeah, but I'm worried. I've got 3 attorneys in felony caseloads, full felony caseloads. All 3 of them are ARPA attorneys. And so if we lose those positions, we'll have to make tough decisions about where to focus our energy. We also have an investigator who helps with our felonies and misdemeanors that's in an ARPA position, as well as a legal assistant. And having a robust support staff is really important, because there are a lot of tasks that they do to help with attorney time, reserving attorney time for tasks that only attorneys can do. Did that answer your question?
Yes, and I do think the balance of seeing that has gone down. If you did the 23-24 comparison, it's about 1,000 cases, but you also followed up with the time intensity of the workload as well. So that's kind of where my question was stemming from. So thank you for answering that, and hopefully cases continue to go down. That would be great, but it sounds like some of the time that you're putting into it based on the graphs that you showed doesn't necessarily equate to a number going down as much as the time of the services needed to actually handle that caseload, or that workload. So, thank you.
Can I say something on your question?
Of course.
As well? Thank you. One of the things that has been great has been that those caseloads are a little bit lower right now than they have been. But one thing that we have to keep in mind is that when there are declines in the economy, when there are less resources, the workload that we have tends to increase. More people qualify for public defenders, and then you do see often an increase in crime when there are economic downturns. And so trying to see how things shake out, it's never guaranteed that the workload or the caseloads would continue to go down, especially when we're looking at some of the economic forecasts.
Thank you. Thanks for the follow-up, and thanks for even the model, the fact that you all are a model that's been nationally recognized, and keeping costs down just shows the creativity in terms of not compromising what the objective is. That's really the foundation of who we are as a country, and representing the both sides. But the fact that you've been recognized as that nationally, I think that's something that to celebrate, and kudos to everyone. But thank you.
Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I always appreciate the good work you're doing there, and I appreciate you giving us this report. You mentioned that, we might lose some people due to ARPA funding, and you'll have to make tough decisions. I think it's up to us as commissioners to make those tough decisions, so you don't have to. We need to figure out a way to fund those permanently. And, everyone's innocent until proven guilty, and we've got to make sure that it doesn't hamper your work. So we as commissioners need to look at that. We've got to look at this and balance this. We can't give a lot of extra resources to the district attorney's office and then not balance that with giving you the resources that you need. So we as commissioners need to figure out a way to fund your departments and keep up the good work. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I really appreciate us bringing up the tertiary group. I think that when we have these budget discussions, Manager Brown, that's something we need to discuss. I know that there was quite an expense. Was it last fiscal year or the year before? I forget, but just trying to balance that. And then I know that, I thought we were doing a study on workload with the APD and PDs and DA's office. Is that happening right now? Manager Brown? Okay. Okay, so we've funded an outside study to look at the workload.
I believe we actually found grant funding to do it.
Okay, wonderful. So hopefully we'll have a better idea on how to make that balance work that Commissioner Clark discussed, and making sure that we understand that, your workload goes up when the arrests and the prosecutions go up from the DA's office. So there's a balance in working together. So I think that we are really cognizant of that. We appreciate you advocating for your clients. And I have to tell you, from being a commissioner during COVID times, seeing how difficult it was to keep attorneys, to train attorneys, to stay in touch with your clients. I commend you, because I think that you've really done a lot of work in your offices to recruit and keep people and support the work. So I do want to say thank you for your commitment to public service and to the county, and we'll do what we can to support you. Thank you. Okay. We are now on to donations, and if we could have Commissioner Garcia please help us with those.
Of course, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Today I moved to approve 2 donations, one from True Vista, who wanted to offer gift cards to children who had a minor guardianship hearing during the holiday season, and 50 gift cards from the CASA Foundation, and a cash donation from Susan Crump to support children in the foster care system.
Wonderful. I'm looking for a second on that. Okay, we have a motion and a second on donations. Madam Clerk, any public comment on that?
There's nobody signed in on either item.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the community for those donations. With a motion and a second, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. And that motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. We'll now move on to our consent items. Are there any items that commissioners would like to pull from the consent agenda? I'm not seeing any. I would like to pull 7D2, please. And the reason I'm pulling it is the reason that I've pulled it every time since July. It was brought to this board's attention that through a media report that a representative from the Toy Run came to our meeting to accept this donation wearing a Nazi symbol and with a swastika and the eagle. This is a symbol of the Nazi Party. I'm really happy that this board, and I commend this board for pushing the branded few to rebrand, and that's amazing. But I still have not heard from the organization representatives to clarify their stance on swastikas. Can members of the organization wear swastikas, especially to these public events? So if that is still the case, then please, know that I cannot support this donation. So when we pull this item, I look for that answer during public comment. But if there's no other commissioners that'd like to pull an item, then I'd like to hear a motion on the consent.
I'll move to approve.
Okay, minus 7D2.
Minus the 7D2.
Thank you. And Commissioner Garcia is a second. Any public comment on that, Madam Clerk?
Yes, first up we have Tim Parks, followed by Troy Regas.
Are those on 72?
We lump them all together
Okay.
as consent.
Are those on 72?
Tim
Okay.
Parks. Okay, we'll save those. Troy Regis is on 72. Jane Swartley?
Hello, thank you so much for having me here. I'm representing Lifestyle Homes Foundation and our outreach program in Cold Springs. We wish to thank Commissioner Clark for his nomination to donate to our program. These funds are of value to us immensely. Commissioner Clark has been helpful in getting our program up and running, and all the donations go only to the seniors. We are all volunteers. No one gets any payment. For those of you who don't know about the program, it started out with the help of the Katie Grace Foundation with snack food, dog food, and various household items. We started out, doing outside curb pickup, and we have grown so much that we now fill a complete basketball court every Friday morning. So we are very fortunate. Every Friday morning, we have not missed one yet. Hope for no big snowstorms this coming Friday. But with the help of the donations of the Katie Grace Foundation, we get snacks and household items from them. And with the donations we've gotten in the past from Commissioner Clark, we are able to provide fresh vegetables and fresh produce every week for these people. We do have a great senior group out there. I have great volunteers that help us. And even last week, Katie Grace Foundation was able to come out and bring us frozen foods that we were also able to donate to the seniors. We don't, at the moment, have to ask for any questions as to income. We don't have any federal funding as of yet. Maybe someday we will as we continue to grow. But last week, 176 people were served, and that's just amazing. We are welcome, any of you, to come out on a Friday morning. Don't be late. By 10:20, starts at 10. By 10:20, they've pretty much taken everything out of the building from us. So it is an amazing program, and we'd love to give you a tour, and the people would love to see you as well. So I just, again, want to say thank you, Commissioner Clark, for all your help, and we're very proud of what we do out there. And I think everybody who's spoken this morning with the groups you can see the pride and the love for what we do. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our other speakers for 72 as well, so that's all the public comment for the consent agenda.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any questions from that motion from the board? Seeing none. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And that motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. We'll bring up 72. Manager Brown.
Item 72 is recommendation to approve pursuant to NRS 244-.1505, Commission District Special Fund disbursement in the amount of $10,000 for fiscal year 2024-2025. District 2 Commissioner Mike Clark recommends a $10,000 grant to Reno Toy Run, a nonprofit organization created for religious, charitable, and educational purposes to support the mission of providing toys for children in need. Approval resolution necessary for same, and direct the comptroller's office to make the necessary disbursement of funds.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk.
For public comment, we have Tim Parks, followed by Troy Regis.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, guys. Tim Parks here with the Northern Nevada Confederation of Clubs. Also a Army veteran. Thank you guys for your public service. I know it's a thankless job, and I appreciate it. Thank you. The Toy Run is a big deal here in Reno, for me especially, just due to what I've seen these guys do. Last year was my first year doing it, and to see the movement in the community, the people that are participating, what it is that, I mean, they're just flooding in with donations and everything, and we'd appreciate you guys' help with that, with the $10,000, just because that's a huge help in moving forward with this, and it's a good boost for everybody to see that, we're building this up. All those funds are distributed straight to the community, straight to these kids. I was a child that received that when I was young, and I was dependent on that. I come from a broken home where my mother would be like, hey, income tax comes around, I'll get you guys your toys or whatever for Christmas. And that sucks. That really does, to be in that situation. And as a kid, not have any control over that. And so it's our duty as Reno citizens to take care of these children that don't have the ability to do so for themselves. And that's what I'm here fighting for. I think it's super important that we do that and we represent them well. And that's really all I have to say about it. If you guys have any questions for me.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Let's see. Next up, we have Troy Regas, followed by Trista Gomez.
Hello. I'll start off by saying the Reno Toy Run has been in service for 45 years starting this year. We have been donating to the community for 45 years. In '86, we started donating dollars within our community. We have a toy run we put on annually. We had a great turnout for our toy run, barrel collections, 100 businesses helped. We do a toy sort a week after. We deliver toys to local schools, charities, special needs program, foster kids, and community in need. The need this year was extraordinary, bigger than previous years. We bought toys all the way to Xmas Eve. People kept coming for toys, people in need. We donated $100,000 to 10 local charities, but also now we donate as need comes. We partnered with over 100 local businesses for donations, toys, collections, etc. Nobody makes dollars off our 501c3, all donated times. That's really all I have to talk about the Toy Run. The Toy Run speaks for itself. So let's address Miss Alexis Hill. We've came in here many times. Nobody's told you we support swastikas. That's your opinion. You've kept with your opinion. You won't lose your opinion. We get it. The Branded Few, we made a deal with the Branded Few to, well, I should say we didn't, I did, that they would no longer wear that, what they call broken cross. So I'm not going to agree with you on the swastika label because what they said. We made a deal that they would change it. A few months went by, it wasn't changed, so we removed them from our COC. They are no longer a member of our COC. We do not allow swastikas. I personally am from the Hells Angel Motorcycle Club, which is in Germany. So we deal with laws that are anti-Semitic in our club. We're not allowed to wear in Germany or any country because it can affect our German members, anything to do with Nazism, just so you understand that. If somebody in our club does that, they'd get kicked out. That's something probably a lot of you don't know. Something you probably also don't know is the Hells Angel Motorcycle Club was a bombers group. They came from World War II. They killed Nazis, the opposite. So all of this conception you have about Nazis isn't with our COC and our Toy Run, and we do not do anything with those labels, and we do not like you throwing the label at us. Thank you.
And, sorry, Madam Clerk.
Trista Gomez.
Just really quick, Mr. Regas, just to clarify, so the Branded Few wouldn't remove the swastika, you kicked them out of Confederate
They haven't
clubs?
removed the swastika as of yet, so they are no member of our COC until that happens.
And anyone else who wears a swastika? at
Nobody
your
else
events?
wears it.
Okay. All
But
right.
thank
Well,
you
that
for
is
asking.
Good to hear. Thank you. No, I'm very happy to hear that. Madam Clerk.
Trista Myers, followed by Gwen Mears.
Trista Gomez, for the record. I just briefly want to say that I always admire any organization that can do a lot with a little, who works off volunteer hours and who provides needed services to vulnerable populations. I think it's incredibly commendable. I am really glad that he explained that. I also was wondering about that the first time I saw that, and I, as a member of this community, just really love to see efficiency and goodwill and people working for the better good of the community as a whole, and I hope that you do approve that donation.
Thank you.
Gwen Mears.
I'm actually here for something different, but I just wanted to throw it out there because, I was just listening to what happened, and it's news to me, all of it. I'm not affiliated in any way with anybody. And of course, I fully respect and agree with the shock and appallment of somebody displaying that in whatever forms they do. But I wanted to at least throw out, just as an outside observer, just some thoughts, mainly just that the act of giving is something that is life-changing. And if you're talking about a bunch of different groups of people who are there in whatever different forms, whatever practices there are, and I do definitely encourage accountability, whatever form of reporting and tracking to make sure that whatever's happening is above board and being used for the betterment of our community. But with that being said, I do think it would it'd probably do more harm than good to withdraw that funding, not only to all the kids and all the people who had demonstrated in how far that money can go and how it really is a selfless act in itself, but also to the people who are giving as well, and how that may be life-changing for the better in some different form. So I just thought I'd throw that out.
Thank you.
There's nobody else signed in.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Commissioner Clark, you're signed in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We talked about this at a previous commission meetings. There's two different organizations here. One is the Confederation of Clubs, and that's who used to have a member of that allegedly wore this swastika or crooked cross, bent cross, whatever they called it. That person was not a member of the Toy Run board. There's two separate entities here. Talk about guilt by association. Somebody shows up here wearing whatever they're wearing, and it taints the good name of the Toy Run. The Toy Run is a separate entity. So, people are mixing this up, and it shouldn't be. There was nobody from the Toy Run 501c3 organization ever wearing anything that anybody would consider offensive. So I can't understand why we can't separate these two particular groups. Again, guilt by association. We've got a different group that has a whole different mission. The Confederation of Clubs, I don't know everything they do, but that's one thing that the Confederation does, is have club members and different clubs join their organization. The Toy Run is strictly the Toy Run. That's what they do. They are affiliated with this group, but they're not members of that group. All the people in the Confederation are not all on the board of the Toy Run. So that's the first thing I want to make mention of. Secondly, I didn't want to wait till the end of the year to make this donation. In the past, I found out that many other organizations are earmarking their donations early in the year. We want to make sure that the Toy Run gets their money early in the year, and then they can go around and talk to other folks that are going to donate and start getting their donations way before Christmas, so they can figure out what their budget's going to be and how they need to allocate their funds. So that's one of the reasons I brought this up way before Christmas. So that's why I'm bringing this up. And then in the calendar that they pass out, very prominently displayed Washoe County supporting the Toy Run, and I think it's a good organization. They also donate to other organizations that we all recognize, the ID House probably being one of the most prominent ones, but they took the funds and bought toys and bought things for the children and clothes and so forth. But any other money they had left over, they donated to other viable, validated nonprofits. So I think they're doing a great job, and I hope that my fellow commissioners will support this request. Thank you.
Thank you. And this is the first I've heard that folks who wear swastikas are not allowed to participate. And so I am happy to support this item today. And I'm really excited that we, as a Board of County Commissioners, push this organization to ensure that that symbol is not viewed, especially with children who are getting toys, which we all support. So I will make a motion to support. I'm looking for a second. Thank you. Vice Chair Herman, I have a motion and a second, and Commissioner Clark, you're signed in again?
Yes, I'm signed in again, and I want to, the last time that this came up, some folks accused me of being a Nazi sympathizer and this type of thing because I supported the Toy Run. I want to make it very clear, in this same meeting today, discretionary funds, I gave $10,000 to Jewish Nevada. Okay, so I gave $10,000 to him the last time as well. So I support Jewish Nevada, and anybody who supports Jewish Nevada probably wouldn't be considered a Nazi sympathizer. So I resent the fact that I was branded with that just by supporting the children of this community. So. And that was brought about by a local news reporter who tried to stir it up by taking a picture of somebody's attire here, and then called me and asked me if I supported that. This is again about the children, and again, it's very ironic that somebody's accused of being a Nazi sympathizer because they support kids, and then also the same very day last time and the same very day this time giving money to Jewish Nevada. The folks from Jewish Nevada left early. I hope they would reach back out and let us know the date and the location of their milk and honey event. So maybe we can give a little PR for that in the future. But I hope my fellow commissioners support this donation. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any questions on the motion from the board? Seeing none. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. And it's up on your screen. That motion passes unanimously. Thank you, everyone. We'll now move into item 8.
Item 8.
Can we get a picture with the folks that are still
We're
here?
going to continue on with the agenda, but you can go ahead and do that if you'd like.
Sure. Item 8 is a recommendation to approve the appointment of one candidate to fill a term beginning on the date of appointment and ending on June 30th, 2027 for the Washoe County Open Space and Regional Parks Commission. Applicants for the vacancy include Michael Bosma, Matthew DiMartini, Brian Urbis, Sophia Heydrich, Cami Hitty, Matthew Camphy, Tracy Kuczynski, James McNamara, Matt Poley, Luke Rippey, and Tammy Roju. That's the list.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Wilson, thank you for helping us through this again.
Absolutely. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Commission. I did want to state for the record that one of the candidates has since moved out of the state and is no longer eligible. So Cami Hitty has been removed from your ballots. So you will have your top 10 you'll have your 10 applicants, of which you'll select your top 3 to move forward, and then you guys will vote from there.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Ms. Wilson from the board? Seeing none, we know how to do this. So if we could have the forms, Madam Clerk.
Would you like public comment first?
Oh, yes. I'm so sorry. Thank you for the reminder.
First up, we have Tracy Kuczynski, followed by Tammy Roju.
Good afternoon, County Commissioners, Manager Brown, and members of the public. This is my first time speaking. I'm very nervous. My name is Tracy Kaczynski, and I am a constituent of District 1. I appear before you today as a candidate for a position on the Washoe County Open Space and Regional Parks Commission. I appreciate the opportunity to introduce myself to you. I moved to Washoe County last summer from Madison, Wisconsin, Dane County, where I lived for nearly 30 years. Washoe County's high desert and mountainous landscapes are pretty different from the prairies, moraines, and lakes of Wisconsin. But I chose to move here in large part because of the county's outstanding beauty and natural resources. And as I mentioned on my application, in my short time here, I have been consistently delighted by all that Washoe County parks have to offer: hiking, running, biking, nature walks, disc golf, historic buildings like the Bowers Mansion and Bartley Ranch. The list goes on. Like my fellow candidates for this position, I care passionately about parks and open spaces. Washoe County's parks and open spaces provide opportunities for each of us to recreate, learn, reflect, and be in community with our neighbors. These spaces also conserve the county's historical, cultural, and natural resources. I understand that it is sometimes challenging to achieve all these purposes, particularly when resources are finite and the purposes necessarily conflict with one another. And I recognize the important role that the Open Space and Parks Commission plays in balancing these competing interests. I believe my personal attributes, educational background, and professional experiences will be valuable to the Parks Commission as it executes these important responsibilities. I am curious, an active listener, open-minded. I have a great sense of humor, and I work well with others. I have a dual degree, a law degree and a master's in land resources from the University of Wisconsin-Madison, where I concentrated my studies in environmental and land use law and administrative law. I've worked in private practice at large and small firms, where I worked on environmental regulatory matters and land protection and conservation matters. I also served as assistant corporation counsel to Dane County, Wisconsin, so I have an understanding of local government. For 12 years, I served as a nonpartisan legislative attorney, drafting legislation for the Wisconsin legislature. I love statutes, I love regulations, and I have affinity for the details of collaboration essential to crafting laws and policies. I currently work remotely as a senior bar examination editor for the National Conference of Bar Examiners. In short, I believe I am an excellent candidate to serve on the commission and would be honored if you selected me for that position. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Tammy Roju, and then I have an email from Matthew Camp that will be submitted for the record.
Where is she?
Yes. Ms. Roju, you here? Nope, looks like she's not here.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk.
There's nobody else signed in.
Okay, great. With that, we will do our ballots. And it's three, your top three, please.
I know.
Oh, I forgot to sign it. I almost forgot to sign it.
Do we need a drum roll?
Yeah.
Chair Hill. First vote, Sophia Heydrich, Tracy Kaczynski, Tammy Roju. Commissioner Garcia, Sophia Heydrich, Tracy Kaczynski, Tammy Roju. Commissioner Clark, Sophia Heydrich, Tracy Kaczynski, Tammy Roju.
Whoa. Oh, no.
Commissioner Andriola.
Because I know what I did.
Sophia Hydrick, Tracy Kaczynski, Tammy Roju.
Oh, no.
Commissioner Herman, Matthew DiMartini, Brian Urbis, and Tracy Kaczynski.
Okay. It sounds like our top vote was Tracy.
Yes.
And Vice Chair Herman was the tiebreaker on that, so thank you for that. And we've taken public comment. Any other comments from the board? Commissioner Andriola?
I just want to say that it was they're always difficult, and I'd like to thank everyone who applied. The giving of your time in terms of helping our community is more than appreciated. I love calling every single applicant. I learned so much with the conversations. And for those that had applied and weren't selected, I hope there's an opportunity for you to continue to look at those opportunities and come to the CAB meetings, because you will then have announcements for things that you can serve in other boards or commissions, or if anything opens here again. But I do want to commend the quality of the applicants, so thank you.
Absolutely. We're so lucky because we have such amazing people to choose from. So I am looking for a motion on Tracy Kaczynski. Okay, Commissioner Andriola, looking for a second. Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. A motion and a second. Any questions from the board on that? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And that, it's on your screen. Oh, there. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, everyone. We'll now move into item 9. Manager Brown.
Item 9 is a recommendation to approve the Washoe County's Climate Action Plan to guide greenhouse gas reductions to meet the county's commitment to net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. This plan addresses GHG emissions in both county operations and community-wide. The CAP recommends 126 actions to reduce emissions across our sectors, land use, transportation, buildings, and waste. This item does not constitute funding or budget approval of any of the components of the plan itself. Any such funding, expenditures, or budget authority necessary to implement individual components of the plan will be brought back before the Board of County Commissioners for approval as necessary.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
The star of the show today.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Manager Brown, Commissioners. My name is Brian Beffert, Sustainability Manager for Washoe County, and it's an honor to be here today. I think we can all agree that Washoe County is a great place to live. Nestled between the Sierra Nevada and Great Basin Desert, the county attracts families and innovative companies alike with its diverse, resilient economy and abundant cultural and outdoor recreation opportunities. In 2023, Outside Magazine ranked Reno as the happiest place to live in the United States. I think we can also agree that weather-related challenges are getting more common, extreme, and unpredictable. For several years running, Reno has been the fastest warming city in the nation. Urban heat, atmospheric rivers, floods, wildfires, air pollution are all becoming all too common. For years, the county has been violating or close to violating national ambient air quality standards for both particulate matter and ozone. Blackouts are more common. Everyone is facing higher costs, higher energy bills, and higher medical costs for air quality-related ailments, and higher costs for the county and other jurisdictions and agencies, who are often on the front lines of responding to these challenges. Truckee Meadows Fire Protection District estimates that costs related to the Davis fire range anywhere between $18 and $40 million. Hidden Valley floods cost the county $2.1 million in staff and resources. Note the FEMA threshold for federal support was $2.2 million. Even when we're not on the ground, we're behind the scenes, keeping people safe. The photo on the right shows local municipalities and agencies at our Emergency Operations Center during Atmospheric River event in 2023. The best thing we can do is get ahead of these challenges as much as possible by mitigating and adapting where we can, especially given growing budgetary constraints. For decades, this board has been discussing and directing county action on climate and other sustainability issues. This county's mission and strategic priority to support a thriving community, achieve net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050, matches state commitments on the right, and is the mandate for our discussion today. Recent work also includes our Envision 2040 Master Plan and our Green Recovery Plan. We propose a climate action plan to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from both county operations and the wider community. This plan is informed by data for energy use and emissions for all major county facilities and operations and a county-wide greenhouse gas inventory. It has also been informed by recommendations from numerous county staff, our green team, facilities, operations, as well as partners, stakeholders, and citizens throughout the county. This is a team effort, and I'm deeply grateful for everyone's input and support. This plan proposes 126 actions across 4 main categories. 1, working with everyone to align around emissions reduction goals and energy efficiency best practices. 2, caring for the land we all depend on for our air, water, and food. 3, reducing emissions at the source to save money and clean our air. And 4, producing cleaner energy. Let's see how these strategies play out, starting with county operations. Since 2021, the county's contracted with N0 to track our energy use and emissions. These are stats for that year. Numbers on the right are for anyone who wants to dive into details in the future. On the left, I'd like to call out buildings in blue as our biggest contributor, followed by employee commutes, fleets, and waste. This comes with 49 proposed actions across those same 4 strategies. 1, adopting this plan and developing sustainability and energy efficiency goals across all departments. 2, supporting healthy land management through our master plan, community forestry, and caring for our river. 3, reducing emissions and saving taxpayers money on energy bills by converting to less polluting fleets and energy efficiency in our buildings and operations. And 4, expanding renewable energy on our facilities. Moving on to community-wide emissions and actions. In 2021, the county produced more than 6 million metric tons of carbon equivalent gases. On the left, once again, we see buildings, this time in orange, dominating our emissions, followed by transportation in blue. On the right, the agencies and partners that contributed data to this inventory. Thank you, everyone. I'd like to, at this moment, thank our Fuse Fellow, Emily Stapleton, who completed our greenhouse gas inventory using global reporting standards and who drafted our community climate action plan, which proposes 77 actions across those same 4 strategies. 1, building consensus and transparency for our goals across the community. 2, caring for our lands and waters, such as through community forestry, caring for our river, and expanding locally grown food. 3, partnering as regional jurisdictions and agencies to reduce emissions from transportation and buildings through performance benchmarking and best practices by providing energy efficiency tools and support for homeowners and businesses through better waste management. And 4, by expanding solar and other renewable energy wherever possible. If we do all these things, we will see measurable differences in people's lives, protecting people, many of whom are vulnerable populations, by cooling the hottest parts of our community, cleaning the air so fewer people have to suffer from asthma, lung cancer, and cardiovascular disease, saving everyone money on energy bills, medical bills, and emergency response, and supporting job growth that contributes to quality of life and a vibrant economy. So what's next? How do we make this happen? We start right here, where we are. This plan is not perfect, but it is a start. There are a lot of good ideas and low-hanging fruit. Everyone in this room can do something to make a difference. And as it appears we may not be receiving a lot of federal support in the future, we cannot wait for anyone else to fix our problems. It's up to us. We are the ones we've been waiting for. Our work will be guided by data, return on investment analyses, and the collective wisdom among county staff, our fellow jurisdictions, agencies, businesses, and citizens. Let's start with easy wins and iterate our way to a better future. Adopting this plan requires no commitment of general funds. This board will have final say on big-ticket items and decisions. It's simply a mandate for county staff to be fiscally responsible and efficient with energy and resources. Government efficiency is a popular topic these days. That's what this is. And this is an invitation to our fellow jurisdictions, agencies, and everyone else to roll up our sleeves and work together strategically to implement the best solutions we can. In conclusion, there's no guarantee that what makes Washoe County great will remain if we don't work hard to protect it. The county has an obligation to provide a safe, secure, and healthy community, to be financially sustainable, and to serve vulnerable populations. We can be a community that uses our resources efficiently and affordably, with clean air, a vibrant and beautiful quality of life, and that is resilient in the face of an uncertain future. This plan proposes ambitious, specific, and measurable steps to help us achieve these goals, but it's going to take a caring, dedicated community. People can track our progress and sign up to help with the work at the website, washoecounty.gov/sustainability. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, and you stayed within your time, so I have to thank you for that. I will start with commissioner questions, and then we'll open it up to public comment. Vice Chair Herman?
I appreciate your hard work, and of course, I don't agree with a lot of what you have planned here, but and I see a lot of dollar signs, even if it doesn't have dollars, because I've already seen the dollar signs in the past. And so I'm going to be a hard customer to deal with on this, but thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Brian and Emily, thank you so much. This was a huge lift, but in reading the materials and preparing for today, I also wanted to extend my thanks to the former commissioners who sat at this dais in 2021. They wrote environmental sustainability into the strategic plan, and that's how you get things fast-tracked, from the hiring of you to bringing on Emily and the creative solution through the fellowship, and, you know, over to the green recovery plan, the greenhouse gas inventory. I mean, all of those products are because of that initial step that the commission prior to us took. So if they're watching right now, which I doubt, a big thank you to those who believed in this, because it has become very politicized, and year after year, it just kind of, the pendulum goes this way and that way. But if you're from Nevada, you can talk to any Nevadan, regardless of their political stance, and everybody can agree that there have been significant changes to our way of life, whether it's the amount of snow that has fallen or how hot our summers get. Regardless of the politics, we all know that this change has happened, and it's happening rapidly. I talk to young people and college students who suffer a tremendous amount of stress and anxiety about this topic. It's real. And whether all of us agree on every single recommendation that comes forward today, we can all agree that we love this place and we need to take action now. So I think what's really great about being in this position is days like this, where there's been some work ahead of us, but we get to say yes or no to something. And this foundational document, it's so strategic. It's based on metrics and data. It is something that I will look back and say, I was really, really proud to vote yes on this. And I'm really excited to see the fruits of your labor. And Emily, thank you for your service to Washoe County. And so with that, excellent job.
Thank you. And Commissioner Andriola.
Thank you. Thanks to both of you for actually spending the time to go over all of this and answer questions that you have already answered. I do have a question related to outreach. And I'm hoping that there may be an opportunity for you to include other industries that may actually have either are utilizing some things in terms of their construction or implementation. When you're in that particular industry, whatever it may be, you seem to be obviously ahead of it, right? Because that's your livelihood. And so I think there's an opportunity to look at reaching out to associations that may actually be wanting to understand what the initiatives are, how they could also contribute to possible cost savings if there are any. And so I'm hoping that that is something, I don't know what your outreach plan, but I'd like to throw that out for consideration.
Yes, thank you. Brian Beffert, for the record, Madam Chair, through you to the Commissioner. Yes, great idea. This is just the start of a conversation. There's a lot of work that needs to be done, and the people in these specific industries are the experts of where the pain points are, where the opportunities are, and they can make this work a lot stronger. And so I do look forward to working with anyone who's interested in helping save energy, save money, clean the air, whatever we need to do to help keep this community resilient and sustainable.
And I also really appreciate that this is not a regulatory mandate that is going out, and the fact that it doesn't have any funding impact. So those two items are important. Putting any regulatory requirements on whatever it might be, in this case it would be for buildings and development and that kind of thing, but whatever it might be, just has another cost impact to the recipient of whatever that product is. So the fact that there is no regulatory requirement on this, no mandate that's being imposed by Washoe County on any of the areas that you touched upon, I think needs to be very clear. And I know I'm clear on that because I've asked, so I appreciate you clarifying that, and again, not having a funding impact. And so based on those two criteria and the fact that there will be outreach, I think it would be great to also share what you might find if that's helpful too. Because when you're getting outreach and those industries, whatever that may be, they may have contributing things. And so if something changes in the plan, I think that would be helpful as well. And even if there is an opportunity, I know you had the list of organizations who helped you capture some of the data. And you made it really clear that there's going to be data decisions that help drive moving forward. I think as you get that outreach, if there are more and more folks who can help contribute to that, that would be interesting as a follow-up when the time is right. I don't have a particular time frame in place, but I do appreciate all of your hard work, and I appreciate all of the time you've given me outside of just you doing this with all the questions that I had. So thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Clark.
No questions.
Okay. And I also want to commend you and Emily and the hard work. It's like, I know that you've been working on this for a while, as well as working on a lot of grants to sustain your program. And your personal commitment to this mission is really commendable, and that you are now contributing to Washoe County is amazing. And I know when I started in 2021 at Washoe County, I was warmly greeted by the Green Team, which is a team of county staff who have been doing these efforts for years, and I think they finally have a structure into which they can do it, and a way that they can, support their passions. They were recycling batteries. They created all of our water stations. This Green Team has been doing a lot of work, and so it's really great that this is the ethos of Washoe County, and I commend all the staff who believe in this work and are supporting it. So I'm really excited to get started, and I'm glad that you will have the support that you need to make these changes that are going to save our taxpayers money at the end of the day. And also, as a result, we're going to have some cleaner air, and be able to enjoy the outdoors that we all love. So thank you for that. And if there's no other comments from commissioners, I'm going to open it up to public comment. I'm not seeing any. So Madam Clerk, public comment.
First up, we have Erwin Myers, followed by Nicholas Colonna. And I have it paper to distribute for Mr. Myers.
A little shorter than he is. I'm going to go off script. I have this that I've just handed to you, and most of it's self-explanatory. But first of all, I do want to say that's a tough act to follow. I want to applaud everyone who has said anything here today, and just point out how all of these people have dedicated their lives, including yourselves. Everyone in this room has dedicated your lives to the betterment of our community, and that's commendable at the very least. I would also like to point out the 3 homeless people who stood up, because I think they really also exemplify that it is a broader issue than what we give credit to, and even one of them, showed how the roadblocks of actually getting back on your feet is difficult as well. So all of those combined are brushstrokes to the picture that's being painted of our community, and the passion that we have for it. I'd like to applaud Brian and Emily specifically. I actually met Brian at Earth Day, and he was there listening to everybody and weighing all the different things. And I doubt there's a proposal for a monorail on there, because that's something that's beyond what we can do, but something that we'd like to do eventually, right? But with that in mind, he is they are the people that we've chosen to try to enact the will of the people. And this proposal is the best they can do. And I would bet that there's no other process that's going to yield anything that's any better than this. Being balanced fiscally, along with the common sense, with the support of Sierra Club and all the different people and organizations in our community. And so with that in mind, I would implore you to recognize the mandate. I know it's front and center, but this is what the voters have requested, and they are the people who are trying to enact that, or give you the ammunition to do that. With that in mind, I will say I did put something out here as well, just to add to the conversation, and harmony, I think, is pretty much the foundation for everything that's there that I'm not going to be able to cover this time. But when you're in balance in all forms, everything becomes easier. When there's pollinators that can do the work for you, and ecosystems are interactive, and all of these people who have said all these things and feel all these things, it's lifetimes of experiences to try to come to this one concept. So I hope that we can come together and make that happen.
Thank you.
Nicholas Colonna, followed by Brendan Schneider. Nicholas Colonna. Brendan Schneider.
Hello. Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and County Commissioners. My name is Brendan Schneider, Senior Air Quality Specialist for Northern Nevada Public Health Air Quality Management Division. I am commenting in support of this climate action plan that is set for adoption. As many of you may know, emissions from motor vehicles are the largest source of air pollution in Washoe County. These emissions lead to the formation of ground level ozone, which is one of the 6 criteria pollutants in the Clean Air Act. Ground level ozone is the pollutant of concern for the summertime and can lead to poor health outcomes for the public, especially older adults, children, and those with existing lung disease. Although Washoe County is recognized by EPA as attaining the 2015 Ozone National Ambient Air Quality Standard, we are only within 2 parts per billion of violating it. These standards do get strengthened over time, with the next review of ozone slated for 2030. These 5 years between now and then are critical for Washoe County to avoid detrimental health, environmental, and economic impacts of violating this standard. These impacts include restrictive motor vehicle emission budgets, reduction of loss or federal funding, and more stringent local air quality standards on regulations for businesses and residents. The Climate Action Plan should be implemented to help reduce greenhouse gases and mitigate Washoe County's ground level ozone problem in a meaningful way. AQMD intends to help implement and use this plan to help improve our region's air quality. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank Brian and Emily for their hard work on getting this plan to the finish line. AQMD looks forward to working with them in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
George Cavros, followed by Jeff Carlton.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. George Cavros, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today, and thank you for everything that you do for our community. I am a resident of District 3. I want to commend Brian and Emily for bringing the plan forward. As part of my day job, I work on clean energy issues at the state level. I work for an organization called Western Resource Advocates. We're a nonprofit conservation organization, and we advocate for affordable, reliable, and cleaner energy. And the reason that I work in this space and advocate for transitioning to cleaner, more efficient technologies is because it's good for Nevadans' wallets, and it's good for our natural environment and leaving a sustainable planet behind for our kids and grandkids. But today I'm speaking as a Washoe County resident, and I think if there are two things that we can agree on as Washoe County residents, it should be lower power bills and cleaner air. And I believe that this plan helps us accomplish both. It's a starting point. It'll be evaluated and updated as we move forward, but I think all of you, can be very proud in voting for a plan that gets us directionally going in the right direction. For county operations, the plan directionally encourages the use of more energy efficient technologies, LED lighting, electrification of fleets, and other practices that, if implemented, will reduce operations and maintenance costs for the county. And when we reduce those costs, county taxpayers save money. The plan also has a community component. And I think this is really important because there are a lot of constituents out there who are struggling to pay bills, who want to reduce their energy use and save money on their bills, but they need a clearinghouse. They need to know what's out there. They need to understand how it can save them money. And I think the public education piece of the community component here is very important. And lastly, I'm just going to say that as we transition to more energy efficient technologies and we reduce emissions from tailpipes and power plants, it's going to improve our air quality. As you all know, our air quality is often something that we're not necessarily proud of. The American Lung Association has routinely given it an F grade. So again, just to reiterate, I think the approval of the plan is a step in the good direction, and I hope that you'll vote to move it.
Thank you.
Jeff Carlton, followed by Julia Hubbard.
Thank you. I actually didn't know I was going to speak. I had spoken earlier, and somehow my name got put on both lists. But when I did talk about the carbon budget, that the world, for humankind, the maximum we can emit, I forgot to say that, or didn't have time to say that that's created by the fact that the CO2 that we release, that does go up into the atmosphere, remains up there for centuries, sometimes over 1,000 years. And we don't have that kind of timeline to deal with this crisis. So the sooner we can stop filling up our atmosphere with the extra thermal blanket, the better we'll be. And this is some of the injustice in this is not just the small countries like Kiribati, which is going to lose. It's the first country that the ocean is going to rise above. Bangladesh, where they've been hit with the worst effects, from flooding and other things from the increased storms that the carbon emissions have helped create. Those two countries have closer to maybe a half ton per person of emissions. We have around 16 tons per person. So the countries that are hardest hit are the ones that have the least generation of the problem. They've contributed the least. And so it really is an ethical question. And besides the countries, I think we have to think about future generations. We're leaving them a legacy that's going to be so hard to deal with and so expensive, because technologies that will draw carbon out of the atmosphere are, for one thing, they're experimental. The science isn't there yet. And for two, they just are so expensive. And those costs are going to have to be borne by future generations.
Thank you.
Julia Hubbard, followed by Tim Sweeney.
Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners, thank you for your time today and for your consideration and hopefully support of this climate action plan. My name is Julia Hubbard, and I'm the Nevada Program Director of Solar United Neighbors Action, and I encourage you to vote yes on this plan. I'm also a constituent of District 1, Chair Hill's district, and look forward to sharing a little bit more about my organization with you. Solar United Neighbors Action is a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization that works in Nevada and nationwide to educate people about solar energy, technology, economics, and policies. We help people go solar, join together, and fight for their energy rights. As we've heard today, Reno is the fastest warming metropolitan area in the nation, and Nevada residents face some of the highest electricity costs, with more than 21% unable to afford their bills. Solar can address both affordability and a warming climate. It's the cheapest power source available to us and offers clean, reliable, and efficient energy. In Nevada, we have a goal to achieve 50% renewable energy by 2030 and zero carbon by 2050. In order to reach that goal, rooftop solar must be an important part of our energy mix. And we have an abundance of sunshine in Washoe County and should be harnessing this resource in our communities while capitalizing on the good-paying jobs that solar provides, creating skilled local employment opportunities. Sun encourages the county to support income-qualified households to go solar by supporting the Nevada Clean Energy Fund Solar for All programming and considering creating their own program. We've helped other municipalities across the nation help reach income-qualified households and can help here in Washoe. The average Nevada solar household saves around $1,500 in the first year on electricity bills, with a typical system paying for itself in less than 10 years. It's a good investment. Beyond economic benefits, more solar means reduced pollution and water consumption in our drought-prone region, as well as a reduction in wildfires. We commend the report for acknowledging solar energy as an important mitigation strategy for meeting our climate goals. Sun is here to help Washoe County and all Nevadans access the sun rays. We work with nonprofits, municipalities, and households to help them navigate the process of going solar, represent solar consumers, and defend solar policies from attacks, all while advocating for a cleaner, healthier, more affordable future for Nevadans, with rooftop solar at the cornerstone. There we go.
Thank you.
Tim Sweeney, followed by Penny Brock.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Commissioners, County Manager. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm Tim Sweeney. I'm a local architect, And just by way of introduction, so you know that I know a little bit about what I'm going to tell you about sustainability. Besides being a native Nevadan, I've been an architect here since 1984. I'm a former general contractor, so I'm also a nuts and bolts kind of guy. I'm internationally certified passive house designer, not to be confused with passive solar. It's a 30-year-old technology on how to design sustainably. I'm chair of the American Institute of Architects of Northern Nevada Chapter Sustainability Committee, and I'm the inventor of the SimPlus building system, which is America's first and only integration of the most sustainable way to design and build, both for new construction and for retrofits. I really do feel that we are facing an existential moment here, and I'm so glad that you are about to take the right steps. Fossil fuels are slowly killing us, and we can't allow it to happen. We need to actually go faster than what's being recommended here if possible. But we're very fortunate, the county's very fortunate, we're all very fortunate to have Brian and Emily to have drafted this climate action plan. As I said, I'd love to see it happen sooner, but it's practical, it's obtainable, it's reasonable, and it's going to be effective if they're allowed to do it the way that it's been laid out. It's forward-looking and it's definitely achievable. So it's in alignment also with the American Institute of Architects goals for net zero buildings by 2030 and International Energy Agency's sustainability goals for 2030 and 2050. So we're all on the right track here. So you have before you one of the most important and beneficial decisions that you'll be able to make during your terms here. And congratulations to you for being able to do that. It's quite a golden opportunity to keep us from going down the wrong path towards a dead end. So we heartily, on behalf of myself and the Northern Nevada chapter of the American Institute of Architects, recommend your approval of the Climate Action Plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Penny Brock, followed by Trista Gomez.
Penny Brock for the record. Well, I'm happy to let you know that President Trump won the election. It seems that many have not heard that yet. He's taken us out of the Paris Climate Accord. He appointed a new EPA secretary. That secretary says the EPA will reverse acknowledgement of greenhouse gases, that they're harmful. What I'm hearing today, this is all about greenhouse gases, a crisis that really isn't a crisis. Just so you know, as you're looking at your budget, the EPA chief seeks to claw back $20 billion in climate funding. How much will be clawed back from Washoe County? You better find out. I see in this report that was presented to you that there's a goal to reduce greenhouse gas by 2020 by 126 actions. Actions cost money. And yet we're told further down that sustainability is not seeking general funds. How are you going to pay for it? Well, he says they're pursuing federal, state, local, and private grants. And yet, the grant money is being cut off from the federal government. Federal government gets to the state, so that will be gone. And locally, you're not going to be getting any grant money for this awesome plan for 126 actions. And oh, by the way, how many employees will sustainability want you to hire? We didn't hear anything about that. I would like to ask you, would you buy a house without finding out how much it was going to cost you? Would you buy a new car without looking at the price tag? How can you pass this agenda item without knowing the cost? We, the taxpayers, elected President Trump to do what he promised. He promised he would take us out of Biden's new Green Deal. President Trump has called it a hoax or a scam. He's cutting off the funding. That's one reason we as voters voted for President Trump, an overwhelming number. And President Trump is doing what he promised. Promises made, promises kept. What are you going to tell the taxpayers when it comes up in the budget, I guess, at the end of the month?
Thank you.
Trista Gomez, followed by Tracy Kaczynski.
Good morning, Trista Gomez. I have young kids. Well, not young kids. I have teenagers and young adults, and this is an issue that they worry about a lot. I do not have grandchildren. I know I don't look like I should have grandchildren anyway, but I do not have grandchildren, even though I have very old kids, because they're worried about the climate. And so I'll say that before I say the rest, because for us, it's a issue. I think that it's a conundrum, right? My kids, we have the lowest energy bills on our block. We don't consume a lot of water. We change our yards over. We grow our food. We only use paper towels when we have puppies or old dogs because they make messes. Very, very intent on less consumption in our houses. My kids are environmental college people. These are things that matter, and I understand that. I call myself a very crunchy conservative. So on the other side of this, the issue is going to be, we just bought our first electric car. We went from no payment to a payment on an electric car, thinking that it was going to be a net gain. It's about 1.5 times more than it was before. We're looking at some of these issues, and so this plan is based on statement and cultures, but there's also a peripheral cost to it, and there's a peripheral implementation and plan that is going to go along with this, that's going to cost money and is going to be hard. One of the things I think about is I retrofitted an old house in Sparks one time. I did a owner build out, and with that owner build out, because of the new regulations, it was very, very costly. Now, people who own old houses, sometimes they don't have a lot of money. That's their affordability, is buying an old house. And if you're going to ramp up these regulations so that they don't have that option anymore, and I know that that's not being something that's happening right now, but I'm saying in the future, this could affect people's housing affordability. This could affect people's, when you're talking about these increased regulations that I know are not happening now, but will happen eventually, this is an effect to low-income people. So I just want to put that out there, as that is something that can affect low-income people that doesn't really come into play right away, right? But it's something that comes into play when they're like, oh, I'm going to do that. I mean, not to mention that there's not contractors available for resident owners. The other thing that I want to point out, because I'm Trista Gomez and I always talk about it, is development. You guys, we are developing and developing and developing. And every time I walk on a hot concrete road, it's a whole lot hotter than walking on a desert path. We don't have, when we're talking about a warming climate and we're talking about sustainable land use, we cannot just dismiss this idea that the development that you guys are pushing for so hard is causing an increase in warming. That's all.
Thank you.
Tracy Kaczynski, followed by Michael Skolnick.
Hello again, Commissioners. I just wanted to briefly say that I heartily support the Climate Action Plan, and I encourage you to support it as well. It's a very detailed and well-informed document that will benefit all of us as residents of Washoe County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael Skolnick.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. And I just wanted to say I will be in touch with the Sustainability Manager's Office about a few things, but I do urge them to consider some of the logistical challenges that will come with the eventual implementation of this plan, such as in terms of wildfire reduction and air quality. Is there some kind of measure in place? I guess I just need clarification if there will be, some sort of measures in place to ensure accountability of, say, the largest private landowners in Nevada and California for managing their own land, such as with thinning and, defensible space creation, brush removal, and controlled burns, which is pretty much standard practice for how to reduce wildfires. Also, if we want to start, producing more of our food and goods locally or regionally, if there will be some sort of resurgence of, say, traditional staple foods and materials, which of course sort of, evolved to be, the most water efficient and most resource efficient over the years. So, yeah, just these logistical challenges need to be approached from the ecological perspective, and I would urge that.
Thank you.
There's nobody else signed in, but I do have emails to place on the record.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Looking to the board to see if there's any other comments or questions from board members on this. I'm not seeing any. With that, we've taken public comment. I'm looking for a motion. And I am, Commissioner Garcia? Okay. I am happy to make the motion to approve Washoe County's Climate Action Plan, and as outlined in the staff report. And Commissioner Garcia, are you wanting to make the second?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any questions from the board on that? Seeing none. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay.
Mr. Clark, I need your vote, please.
Oh, wait for it to come on the screen. Aye.
Okay. And that motion passes 4-1 with Vice Chair Herman in the no on that vote. So thank you, everyone, for that. We will now move on to item 10, and this would have been blocked, but it's weird to block just one item. So Manager Brown, if you want to quickly read that into the record, that would be great.
Item 10 is a recommendation to approve and accept grant funding from the State of Nevada Department of Health and Human Services in the amount of $819,094 with no county match for personnel, equipment, toxicology testing, training, travel, and operating expenses related to the state opioid response grant for a retroactive term of September 30th, 2024 through September 29th, 2025. Authorize the creation of one FTE medical death investigator technologist and one FTE forensic epidemiologist, effective and contingent upon job evaluation committee review and approval. Funded 100% by the state opioid response grant award, and as such, if grant funding is reduced or eliminated, the position hours will be reduced and/or the position will be abolished accordingly unless additional funding is secured. Direct the Human Resources Department to make the necessary staffing adjustments as evaluated by the GEC, and if approved, authorizes the Chief Medical Examiner and Coroner of the Washoe County Regional Medical Examiner's Office to sign the grant award documents necessary to receive the grant, and if approved, authorize finance to make the necessary amendments to the Regional Medical Examiner's Office fiscal year 2025 budget to reflect the receipt and use of the grant funds.
Thank you very much. Are there any board questions on this item? I'm not seeing that there is any. Madam Clerk, any public comment?
There's no one signed in.
Okay, no board questions, no public comment. I am looking for a motion on item 10, please.
I'll move to approve.
Thank you, Commissioner Andriola.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Any questions on that motion from the board? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And it pops up on your screen there.
Why it's not popping up on the screen?
Oh, Commissioner Clark's screen is, oh wait, did that work? All right, and that motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. We'll now move into item 11. Manager Brown.
Item 11 is a discussion and direction to staff regarding legislation or legislative issues proposed by legislators, by Washoe County, or by other entities permitted by the Nevada State Legislature to submit bill draft requests or such legislative issues as may be deemed by the chair or the board to be of critical significance to Washoe County. Possible actions under this item may include the board taking official positions on AB 287 and/or AB 316 and/or AB 333. Pending legislative bills can be located at the county website. Current bills the county is tracking that may be reported on or discussed are listed under Government Affairs at the county website. Due to time constraints inherent in the legislative process, a list of specific bills that staff will seek direction from the commission on during this item will be posted on the website under Government Affairs by 6 p.m. the Friday before the meeting. Due to the rapid pace of the legislative session, additional bills upon which comment may be sought from the Board of County Commissioners will be posted as soon as possible. And we have with us Ms. Matievich.
Great, and I think she would like our direction on 3 bills today. Welcome, Ms. Matievich.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Thank you. For the record, Cadence Matievich, Government Affairs Liaison for Washoe County. So if I may, Madam Chair, just a very kind of quick, brief update on where we are in the process of the session, and then you're right. I've got 3 bills specifically for your consideration today. We yesterday marked the beginning of the 6th week of the 17-week session. So we're about 30% of the way through. Next Monday, March 17th, will be a significant deadline. That is the deadline for introduction of legislator bills. And so at that point, we will have seen the majority of the bills that will come forward. There are some additional bills that can still be introduced under the standing rules of the legislature. The governor has bills, there are budget bills, the speaker, the majority leader, and others can introduce bills. But the bulk of the bills, we should have them by next Monday. As of this morning, 774 bills and resolutions have been introduced. And as of today, Washoe County is currently tracking 881 bills and the remaining BDRs that we expect to come forward. The Legislative Council Bureau has requested that Washoe County evaluate 156 bills and BDRs for potential fiscal impact to our county. And so reviewing all of these bills is a pretty significant undertaking, and I just want to take a moment, if I may, Madam Chair, to recognize this is a county-wide effort. I'm the gal that pushes this stuff out to everybody, but really across the county, all of the departments are reviewing this legislation and trying to determine how it will impact our organization and our community and giving feedback. So this is a collective effort, and I'm really grateful to all of them for their engagement and work as we engage with our lawmakers. Two other quick updates. Senate Bill 65, which is the bill that you all submitted to NACO regarding medical examiner and coroner's office records, and Senate Bill 73, which has to do with voter registration signatures. Neither of those bills have been heard yet. We've been working with the chair of each of those committees and expect to see each of them scheduled in the coming weeks, and we'll be certain to let you know when that happens. And so with that, I will move into the three bills that we had included on your agenda for potential board action today. And the first one is AB 287, and it has to do with election recounts, which this board contemplated when you were in the process of deciding which BDRs you wanted to submit as Washoe County BDRs. And at that time, we learned that Assemblymember Cecilia Gonzalez was going to bring a bill forward on this topic, and so that is what AB 287 is. The bill actually did receive a hearing last week already. And when the bill was heard, there was an amendment proposed. I'll go into that a little bit later once I've sort of walked you through the bill as it was originally introduced. And so essentially, and I'm paraphrasing and summarizing here because the afternoon is late, the hour is late this afternoon, but the bill will allow for a defeated candidate to request a recount when the difference between the highest number of votes cast for a candidate for the office and the number of votes cast for the defeated candidate who demands the recount is 5% or less. The candidate requesting such a recount is required to pay the costs of such recount unless the results change the outcome, in which case the county would pay those costs. Additionally, the bill requires that an automatic recount be conducted when the difference between the highest number of votes cast for a candidate for office and the next highest number of votes cast for a candidate for office is 0.25% or less. This automatic recount process does not apply in cases where the ballot allowed a voter to select more than one candidate for office. You'll know that that often happens in GIDs and some other special elections. Unless the difference between the number of votes cast in the election for the candidate with the lowest number of votes who won the election and the next highest number of votes cast for a candidate is 0.25% or less. And the bill also includes similar provisions for automatic recount of ballot questions. When the bill was heard, a proposed amendment was included to clarify that the costs for any automatic recount are to be paid by the county, but will be reimbursed to the county by the state. And I also do want to note that provisions for recounts of presidential elections are established in NRS 293.424 and remain unchanged by this bill. So the provisions of this bill, as I just outlined them, will not apply to presidential elections. And Madam Chair, I don't know if you want me to move through each of the bills or if you want me to stop and take questions as we go.
I'm happy to, have the commissioners ask questions. Yes, Commissioner Andriola.
Thank you so much. I just have a small technical observation, and I'm sure we'll get noticed by LCB, who do a great job, let alone you as well. I think we should all be pitching a Red Bull for her right now, but that's another story. On Section 1, specifically, it's outlined in the document you presented. It starts on line 9, where it says cast for the defeated candidate who demands the recount is 5% or less. Given the fact that the 0.25 comes into play, as you've already outlined, and I'm not going to repeat, that is a conflict. There's a conflict, a technical conflict, because it really is a recount in 5% or in 0.26 or referencing. So I just read it and I just thought I'd point it out, but I'm sure you probably already noticed it as well. So I just felt it was important to point that out. Thank you.
Any comments on that or?
Madam Chair, I think I'd like to confer with
Okay.
the Legislative Council Bureau to see, your point's well taken, Commissioner Andriola. I just don't know if there might be some nuance in there with those other offices that have multiple candidates and where the automatic provision might not apply to them in those cases. Would they still be able to take advantage of what's provided in this initial Section 1 language and just make sure that that clarification wouldn't have an unintended consequence of preventing them from doing that? So I'll certainly follow up and clarify, and you're right, if it's a technical adjustment that needs to be made, I'm sure they'll be open to that.
Okay. Any other commissioners on that particular bill? I'm not seeing any. So let's go to the next one.
All right. The next bill is Assembly Bill 316, and this bill requires that the Board of County Commissioners in each county to appoint a non-voting pupil trustee to the Board of Trustees in their respective county school district. The bill establishes a process for a nomination of the pupil trustee to be appointed by the Board of County Commissioners. I will note that, as many of you likely know, the Washoe County School District already has a non-voting pupil member of their board, but that trustee is currently appointed by the School District Board of Trustees rather than what this bill would mandate, which is all of you, to make that appointment. And so I did feel like it was important, while this bill doesn't directly affect Washoe County, it does require you as a board to take an action that relates to another local governing body. So I felt like it was important to flag this one for you and just see if you had any feedback on it. And if not, not necessary, at your discretion.
Okay, looking to see if any board comments on this. I mean, for me, on that particular one, I don't ever want to say no to authority, but I also don't want to upset the Washoe County School District, who already has their own process. So I don't know if there's a way to not comment, or are they looking for a comment from us?
For the record, Cadence Matievich, Madam Chair, no. I just felt like in a case where it's mandating you to take an action that directly affects another public agency, to give you that opportunity, we can certainly take no position, or you could direct that we take a neutral position on the bill, and allow the Washoe County School District really to be the lead on this particular issue.
I'm kind of feeling that from the nods I'm seeing. Okay, great. And then I guess next is AB 333.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So AB 333, and again, I'm going to try to take what's a several-page bill and put it into a nutshell for you. This revises the Nevada revised statutes that pertain to the property currently known as the Washoe County Fairgrounds. It's the property where we all are right now. Establishing that the portion of the property to the north of the Washoe County Administration Complex and Senior Center as the Nevada State Fairgrounds, and requiring the Nevada Department of Agriculture to assume operation and maintenance of the Nevada State Fairgrounds. The bill requires the state land registrar to enter into a new agreement with Washoe County for the portion of the property that the Washoe County Admin Complex and the Senior Center are cited. We do have a duty under the bill to prepare a survey and get a legal description for what will be the two portions of the property that is still a single property, but that legal description and survey will dictate which portion our new lease is subject to. As this board may know, the county has been under lease for this property with the state since 1951. Our interests in this property are different today than they were. And when this property was deeded to the state of Nevada in the late 1800s, there's a trust that remains on that northern portion of the property, which says that it must be used for the promotion and advancement of agriculture. And really, what, in my estimation, this bill does is more appropriately places oversight of that portion of the property with the Nevada Department of Agriculture, who is directly connected with agriculture and agricultural interests in this state. And so the existing management agreement that Washoe County has with the Reno Sparks Convention and Visitors Authority for that property will transfer to the Department of Agriculture. And so in some aspects, they will get a new landlord out of this process should the bill pass. So wanted to bring that forward for your information and input as well.
Okay. Thank you very much. Looking to see if there's any questions on AB 333, not seeing any. So here's where I'm at. I'm in support of the first bill, and now I'm forgetting the number. Let me find it.
287.
287. And I'm in support of AB 333, and I am neutral or have no strong position on AB 316. Looking to Commissioner Andriola, where are you at on this?
I'll concur. I think you already shared the thoughts about the Washoe County School District in this case, so I'm going to concur AB 287 with the LCB tightening up of wherever that technicality is, supporting AB 333, and remaining neutral on AB 316.
Okay, Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. When I initially read AB 287, I was a little alarmed that we would have to pay for a lot at the county level, and with that recent amendment, I'm fully supportive of AB 287. AB 333 is supportive, and I would like to let the school district take the lead on AB 316.
Great. And Vice Chair Herman? With the rest of the board. Okay. Do you need a motion from us, or do you hear us loud and clear?
Madam Chair, I think if you want those to be official Board of County
We need a motion.
Commissioners, then you do need a
Okay.
motion on that. I'll defer. I'm not your attorney, so I'll defer to your attorney for.
Yeah, motion's better.
All right. And Commissioner Clark, on the bills, do you have any comments?
No comment.
Okay. Commissioner Andriola, it looks like you want to make the motion.
I'm going to make the motion.
Wonderful.
In support of AB 287 and AB 333, and remain neutral on AB 316.
Okay, looking for a second. Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Madam Clerk, I don't see any public comment, but is there public comment on this side?
There is none.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any questions on that motion from the board? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And I think that also passes oh, it's up on your screen if you can get it. And that passes unanimously. Thank you so much, Ms. Matievich. We'll see you at our next meeting.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
If you can, 800 bills. Next up, we have our public hearing, and I will open up the public hearing, and Manager Brown, if you'll please read that into the record.
Item 12 is a public hearing to consider objections to the resolution of intent to sell R25-25 real property located at 10 Kerman Avenue, Reno, Nevada. Excuse me, our assessor's parcel number 12-150-12 as surplus to the needs of Washoe County for economic development purposes at a price of $750,000, less than appraised value of $2.6 million, to Renown Health, who plans to use the property to expand its healthcare services, which will create highly skilled jobs and enhance the quality of healthcare available to the community.
Thank you very much. And is there any comment from board members before I open it up the mandatory public comment portion of this? Vice Chair Herman.
This has been kind of talked about for many, many years. The history of it was that there was a kind of an understanding between the commissioners and the hospital at that time that they would be the ones that would end up with it if it went to somebody else and we didn't use it ourselves. Is that correct?
On this particular site,
Yeah.
I'm not sure I understand the
Okay, well, just kind
question.
of giving a little history of what the feelings of the board at that time. It's been several years ago now, I can't say.
Right. Can you just repeat the?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You weren't paying attention. There was kind of an understanding that the hospital kind of expected that we would sell it to them, and of course the time has passed now, and nobody here really heard that or knew that. So.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I'm not in a position to answer that. So
Okay.
I think we'll just rely on your recollection of that.
Yeah. So they kind of expected to not have to pay, the appraised value or anything like that, because at that time we were almost willing to give it to the hospital because it's part of that property, and their need was great, and we had the morgue there at that time, and so once the morgue moved to across the street, then it kind of changed ideas and went through a process, and now we're back to where we were. That's my synopsis.
Yes, thank you, and I appreciate that background. Do you have any? I'm hoping you're in support of.
I am in support.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Any other commissioner comments? Okay, this is a public hearing. Any public comment, Madam Clerk?
There's nobody signed in.
Okay, we will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board. With that, if there's no other comments from commissioners, and it looks like DA Edwards, you're signed in.
Before a motion is made, I want to clarify, the price here would be $750,000. Anybody correct me if I'm wrong on that?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to clear
Less
that because
than the appraised value.
Well, that's the clarification. The price is going to be sold is $750,000, or is it $750,000 less than $2.6 million? Is it $1.9 million, or is it $750,000?
$750,000.
That's my point. Thank you. I just want to make sure that's the understanding.
That's what I had understood.
I understand that as well. The way, if you'll look at
the way it's
written, it's a little bit in need of clarification. So I wanted to clarify that a little bit.
Are we okay to vote on this today?
I think so,
Okay.
because, yes, just grammatical rules, I think it makes it fine. I just wanted it to be on the record that it was clear that from your perspective on what you're voting on.
Yeah, and I think that's, the vice chair was trying to explain kind of the background of why we're supporting our nonprofit partner hospital with that less than appraised value price. So any other comments from the commission? Seeing none, I am looking for a motion on this, and I can, is there, okay, I'm bringing up the staff report so I can make it okay. So let's see. Move to consider objections to the resolution of intent to sell our 25-25 real property located at 10 Kerman Avenue as surplus to the needs of Washoe County for economic development purposes at a price less than appraised value, $750,000 to Renown Health, as outlined in the staff report. Looking for a motion, or a second.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay.
I think that I'll give it to Vice Chair Herman with the historical knowledge. So we have a motion and a second. Any questions on that motion from the board? And we've already taken our public comment. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And there it is. It's up on your screen now. And the motion passes 4-1 with Commissioner Clark in the no. So we'll now move to, we're going to end our public hearings and now move to our final public comment. Manager Brown.
Item 13, public comment. Comment heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the commission agenda. Unused time may not be allocated to other speakers. The commission will also hear public comment during individual action items with comment limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments are to be made to the commission as a whole, and virtual public comment may be taken when facilities are available.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Any public comment?
Trista Gomez.
Thank you.
So I do want to say that I'll be at the 325 meeting. Thank you for having that. That will be good. I also have been in contact with Ms. Andriola about understanding the budget, because we're all looking at the budget, and the budget doesn't make sense, right? The budget, it doesn't make sense. And even with the open checkbook, or even with all of these things, it looks like it doesn't look good from the public's perspective, right? The other thing I just wanted to say to Commissioner Andriola, which I love to have the opportunity to say, thank you for addressing the remote employee situation. I appreciate that, and the representation of people on District 4 on the boards. I appreciate you bringing that up. We should have representation throughout the county. And so with that, I will say, obviously I've been here, I'm trying to claw through information. I've asked for some information about the budget. It was, employee cost 65%. The report I got before, now we're at 80%. And you guys know, there's community forums all over trying to figure out, why are we building? Why are we building so many houses without the roads? Why are we paying our employees the extent to what we're paying them. Why are we burdening residents with these costs when we could have, say, used ARPA funds for roads? We could have done that. We used them for CARES, we used them for HOPES. There's a good and a bad to those situations, but we could have used that money for development because you guys knew in advance that you were going to be pushing hard on development. You knew that there was no roads out in Spanish Springs, you knew there was no roads out in North Valleys, and yet what you did was you decided to do a niche project that benefited far less constituents than these development projects that would have really benefited your whole goal of increased infrastructure, in addition to a quality of life issue that residents are facing because you guys didn't do the infrastructure when you could have used those funds for it. Now, I don't know how much it costs to build a Costa Road, but it's a lot. And one of the things that I hear in the master plan is kind of a quality of life, reference, but not a quality of life implementation. And you guys are not addressing the quality of life that residents don't have when you guys continually approve building and you don't have roads and infrastructure for it and safety. And the idea of the cost of these employee costs being so high, higher than anybody in the private sector, and now the residents burden to increase their taxes to pay for all of that.
Thank you.
It's a question.
Thank you.
That was my next part.
There's nobody else signed in, but I do have emails that were submitted for the record.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll now move into item 14. Manager Brown.
Item 14 is the Commissioner and County Manager's announcements, reports, and updates to include boards and commissions updates, requests for information, or topics for future agendas.
Do you have anything for us, Manager Brown?
I do not, Madam
Okay,
Chair.
Vice Chair Herman. Okay. Commissioner Andriola. No. And Commissioner Clark.
I have a couple of comments. Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't get a chance to recognize the folks that were here from Lifestyle, the nonprofit out in the Cold Springs area. I just want to get it on the record that they're just doing a fabulous job out there. It's not in my district, but I'm all about seniors and helping. I wish every single community in this county had the kind of good volunteer network that they have out here. Jane that was here works for free for that nonprofit. Many times when they get donations like this, Lifestyle Homes also give some matching funds. They're feeding, as she said, upwards of close to 200 people, 175, 180 people every Friday. They're helping out with necessities, toilet paper, toothbrushes, toothpaste, food, and they show up and it's kind of a lottery. They have a bunch of numbers in a hat. You pull a number, and that's the formation you get in the line. So the people who used to show up early would get in the front of the line, and now it's very equal. Everybody picks a number, and they go in at 20 at a time into this big gymnasium and pick out what they need, and then the next group comes in. But they're just doing a great job, and they asked me how they should spend the money, and I said, spend it. It's your community. Spend it the way you need to. And I go out there and monitor what they're doing, and they invited us all out there, so I hope that from time to time all the commissioners get a chance to go and see the good work they're doing out there. And Katie Grace is there with proteins. There's pallets of salmon and pallets of pork and chicken and beef, and people can pick one of those and to supplement their food out there. So it's just a great job that they're doing, and I wish we had more of that throughout the county and communities. I know we have the food bank. We've got a lot of other great nonprofits, Catholic charities, all doing great work, but this is right in their community. This is grassroots, like grassroots should be. So they're just doing a great job. And let me see. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Garcia, do you have anything? Okay, well, thank you everyone for a great meeting. We are adjourned.